Okay, I'm gonna, while we're still gathering folks, I'm gonna go over some quick meeting guidelines. OPAC, we have a lot of panelists, so we have a lot of chance for background noise. Please remind yourselves to mute when you are not speaking. During presentations, you can also turn off your video to lower bandwidth requirements, but when we're having discussions, if you could turn your videos back on, that would be great. I will be monitoring the chat and raised hands throughout the meeting today to keep track of order of speaking. To get to the raised hands option, there is a kind of reactions on the bottom of your Zoom control panel. If you click that, it should provide you with a number of options. The first of which is a raised hand. It's a pretty big bar underneath then a smaller subset of items that have things like thumbs up or smiley face or confetti. So that's where you will find the raised hands. If you can't find that, you can just enter something in the chat for me and I will put you in the queue. For those of us, or those of you who are participating with us as a member of the public, we will have a public comment opportunity starting at 10 o'clock this morning to facilitate understanding how many and how long folks can speak. Please let us know through the chat if you would like to submit a public comment. We will also mention this later, but we can start to get a lineup going and start to get an assessment of the number of people who'd like to speak. And if you have questions or need technical assistance, please use the questions and answer option in your Zoom participants window, the little control window. And with that, here is our meeting agenda for the day. But before we walk down through here, I just want to actually do a roll call of OPAC members. So to do so, Walter, you just want to guide people down the list and call them out?
Yeah, I'll do that. We'll start with South Coast Commercial Fisheries, Susan Chambers.
Morning.
Thank you, Susan. North Coast Commercial Fisheries, Kevin Dunn. He's already stated that he will be in and out today and will be attending as he can. John Holloway, North Coast Charter Sport Recreational. John? Okay, we'll skip down. South Coast Charter Sport or Recreational Fisheries, Richard.
Good morning.
Thank you, Richard. Ports, Marine Transportation, Navigation, Walter Chuck, present. Coastal Non-Fishing Recreation, Charlie Paimon.
Present.
Statewide Conservation or Environmental Organization, Gina Carter.
Here.
Thank you. Oregon Coast Indian Tribes, Margaret Corby.
Present.
Thank you. North Coast County Commissioner, David Yamamoto.
Yes, good morning.
Thank you, David. South Coast County, Bob Main.
Looks like he's got a phone call, maybe.
Oh, okay. Saw Bob on. Coast City elected official is currently open. Public at large, Coastal, Jamie Faraday.
Good morning, all.
Thank you. Jamie, public at large, statewide to be determined. Coastwide Conservation Environmental Organization, Tara Brock.
Morning.
Thank you. Jason Miner, Governor's Office designee, you present?
Good morning.
Thank you, Jason. DEQ, Ryan Hoof.
Good morning, everybody.
Thanks, Ryan. Department of Fish and Wildlife, Karen Braby.
Good morning.
Morning. Department of Dogami, Ian Madden. Ian, you present? Okay. Department of Land Conservation Development, Patty Snow.
Good morning, here.
Thank you. Department of State Lands, Andrea Celentano.
Morning, everyone.
Thank you. Park and Recreations, Lisa Sumption.
Laurel
Laurel.
Hillman, sorry,
Yeah.
Laurel Hillman sitting in for Director Sumption.
Thank you, Laurel. OSU Sea Grant, Shelby Walker.
Good morning.
Thanks, Shelby. Or Federal Agency Liaison, Kathy Wall.
Chris.
Sorry, Chris Wall, sorry. Department of Agriculture, Lindsay Yang. Okay, not present. Coastwide Small Ports Local Government, OCZMA Representative, Ray Monroe.
I'm here. Here.
Thank you, Ray. And Andy, present. Anybody else from DLCD?
Present. We have Michael Moses.
Okay.
Present.
And thank you. And Steve Shipsey?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks. Good morning.
Okay. Thank you. And welcome everybody to our meeting today. Andy, I had one question. When we're on the chat, do you want the OPEC members to respond to all attendees and all panelists, correct?
If it's just a business item for me to note as a facilitator for you today or staff for you today, then it's fine to keep it just as panelists. But if it's related to the topic of conversation and your perspectives, I would like them to be entered in so all attendees can see them.
All right. Thank you. We'll move on. Yes.
North Coast Charter Sport is here.
Okay. Thanks, John. Welcome. Okay, we'll move on to 9:15 agenda item. Review and approval of draft meeting summary. Has everyone had a chance to look over the summary? If you have not, take a few minutes and we'll move on to approval. Okay, if everybody's had a chance to read the meeting summary, I'll take a motion to approve the draft.
Yamamoto, move to approve.
Thank you, David. Do you have a second?
I'll second that, Richard Heap.
Thank you, Richard. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. Annie, is that good enough? Oh, sorry.
Are there any opposed?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Andy. We'll move on to council membership. Jason?
Thanks, Walter. Thanks for allowing me some time on the agenda here, and I will try and summarize a few issues. First, we have an exciting year ahead, I think, for OPAC. As many of you are probably aware, because many of you are on the list that I am probably about to read, or that I'm about to read. We have, in addition to a current vacancy, which was identified in the roll call and the public at large position, we have, I believe, a number of seated members either coming to the end of their first term on June 30th or coming to the end of their second term on June 30th, 2021. Current practice is that 2 terms is that people serve for, or people may serve for 2 terms, and after 2 terms, in order to promote diversity of participation in boards and commissions, we generally view 2 terms as essentially a term limit, and so seek other folks to represent communities and step up to look to serve on OPEC. So I made a quick list of, well, I guess I'll take a step back. I also want to mention that the governor's office circulated a list in early spring, maybe late winter, to our sort of most consistent stakeholder group, people who have identified as wanting to be on any mailings coming from the governor's natural resource office, of board and commission appointments that we were expecting to fill in the near future. I want to both clarify and apologize in one sense. I did not include OPAC on that list. It was a long list. It included many of the boards and commissions that we worked to fill. At the time, I elected not to do that because the database off of which we sent around, or the data that we sent around, the term information that is often a little bit off or difficult to read, and the way that we work with it in the governor's office is we sort of review it on a case-by-case basis as each seat comes up. And so, though it's not really meant to be distributed to show what opportunities are coming forward, yet I used it that way in early spring to try and make people aware of the many opportunities coming forward. But I was worried to add more to it, and so elected not to add OPAC, thinking that we'd use other venues to recruit for OPAC. I think that probably led some people to think that we were overlooking OPAC, and I want to assure you that isn't the case. I just didn't want to use that the vehicle that I was using at that time, and maybe make the process more confused or more complicated. So that said, we have an exciting time ahead for recruiting for new OPAC members. It occurs to me I made a list of, and I will, for the public and for members, I will put that list, I think, in the chat field. It's probably easier than reading it. But I have, for terms that are coming to either the end of the first term or end of second term in June, I have the statewide conservation seat, the South Coast commercial fishing seat, the North Coast commercial fishing seat, ports and local government seat, and that's our current chair, elected city seat, South Coast sport and recreational, South Coast government, and like I said, the public at large is vacant. Now, again, I just scrolled through the database and saw folks who are either at the end of their first term or end of their second term. So that list is not meant to be, if you hear your name, your seat, and you're at the end of just your first term, not your second term. I'm just recognize that these are folks who have an inflection point on 6/30/2021. So that raises, I think, two things. One, you may ask, what are the timelines for recruitment and reappointment? I would say right now is timeline for recruitment. We'd love to be getting names into the governor's office of people who'd be interested in serving, and often you as council members are in some of the best positions to help recruit people and help describe to people what service on OPAC is like. And in many ways, I rely on you to be able to explain to people what they might expect. You're better able to describe it than I am. So that outreach can start or should start now. We will be on the timeline for executive appointments to boards and commissions in 2021 has been tough to follow. As you probably know, the legislature has been meeting remotely, and so everybody is in different places, and that has made communication a little bit more challenging. It's my understanding that the next round of the Senate Rules Committee, at which the Senate Rules Committee and the full Senate will consider appointments, will be in the fall, and likely September, but could be just, we're sort of bookmarking fall in general, which means the last couple of weeks of August is probably where we'd be looking to finalize names, having interviewed people and talked to people and received interest forms. prior to that. The interest form for service is on the State of Oregon's website under boards and commissions. I can post that. I can post that in the chat field as well, so that people can take a look at the interest form. Generally, it's some pretty straightforward questions, but then also ask for a statement of why you're interested, a resume, and a couple of questions as to relationship to the board or commission that you're applying to. We have a new staff in the governor's office. Shion Kim is the new director of appointments. And you may have worked with Mary Moeller in the past. Shion is the new person in that, or the relative, I guess she's several months in now, in that position. But sending any information to me, I always loop the appointments folks into the conversation if information is coming to me. So sending information to me works well too. Christina Rice Whitlow is still in that office too. So if you have her email or her information, she's a great contact. In terms of the governor is in her last several rounds of executive appointments prior to the end of her second term. So she is, strongly looking for increasing diversity of representation on all boards and commissions, and that includes OPEC. So in terms of what we are looking for, we're both looking for the statutory guidelines on who can fill which seats, but also looking to make sure that OPEC represents the full diversity of coastal communities and Oregon communities. So that'll be something that the governor's office is looking for, and the governor is looking for in board and commission nominees. I do also want to mention, I would love to have outreach from you, and I may be reaching out myself. I think the degree of the amount of turnover that we might be looking at in June, often it's very helpful to have, if you are willing to have people hold over. And you can also probably tell from the calendar I just mentioned, it's inevitable. We won't have an opportunity to replace seats until September. So we'll be asking everybody really to hold over for at least a couple of months. But it may be helpful to have people hold over a couple of months, or into November, or if you're able to serve and willing to serve, to have more overlap and with new council members, and to enable, if you wish, to enable you to continue working on projects and proposals that you've been deeply invested in to this point. So we'll be looking for new recruits. We'll be looking to find new members for OPEC, but I do want to open a channel for conversation about where and why overlap, and where and why, thinking about that degree of turnover, it might be beneficial to have some members continue or hold on. I'll take a break there. I notice I think we're ahead of agenda anyway. I have a couple more things that I wanted to mention on budget and engagement in the budget process. But before I shift away from membership and recruitment, I guess now would probably be a good time to take a pause and field any questions that y'all might have. And forgive, Andy, if you're MC or as
Yep,
forgive
I'm
me
tracking.
if I'm messing up the.
No, Charlie
you want
has
this
his
to run.
hand up, and then Walter.
Thanks, Andy, and thanks, Jason, for the update. A comment and a quick question. One, I wanted to identify that the Sea Grant Natural Resources Fellowship program is up, and that's an opportunity that I think has been passed this past summer go around, or past year with the governor's office. but might be helpful for the Natural Resources Office to focus on ocean issues. If that fellow is in place, might be really beneficial to have that individual around to help onboarding of new OPAC members, or even identifying and vetting potential candidates. So I just wanted to flag that opportunity. That's something you could follow up with Shelby and Sea Grant team more on. The other thing is when I was, you mentioned recruitment for OPAC, and when I think back to how I ended up on OPAC, the governor did outreach to me. Gabriella sent me an email and had mentioned that my name had been identified and asked for my letter of interest and an application, and that made a difference. So while I know we were relying on the OPAC members to do some outreach to try and do recruitment, I think it does make a difference if the governor's office extends the hand and says, hey, you've been identified, we'd encourage you to apply. Even if you haven't vetted that individual yet, or if you have, sometimes that's just an extra help to encourage somebody to apply. It might not mean anything that I ask them.
Thanks, Charlie. I appreciate that. And I will do that work as well. I guess I'm happy as well if those folks to which we are reaching out, those names either come from you or come from you sending out to your contacts, sort of a call to identify potential names. And sometimes that's where those names come from. So I didn't mean to imply that I wouldn't want to be doing outreach myself. I certainly will. And Shelby, yeah, I will, I think, follow up with you on timelines for Sea Grant. And my recollection was that Sea Grant fellows have to identify us as a place that they want to work, but I may be confusing it with another fellowship program. But thanks, Andy, you had the cue.
Yeah, Walter's next, but maybe Shelby would like to address your last comment before Walter.
Yeah, Jason, we can definitely follow up. And there may be more opportunities this year, so there may be a higher probability for the GNRO. Andy, I also have another comment, but I'll wait until after Walter.
Okay, go ahead, Walter.
Yeah, Jason, appreciate the clarification on that and updating us all. I'm one of the ones that's basically done in June, and I will do what is necessary to make sure we have a smooth transition. And that what was my main concern. I saw, looks like we're looking at a half dozen, possibly 9 seats in the next 6 months to a year, and it takes a little while for Andy to train all of us. So I think that if we can make that transition as smooth as possible, and I'll be more than likely to help. But thanks for that update and the clarification on that, because I think some of the people were a little concerned about the April 30th deadline for having applications in. And like I said, I appreciate you updating us and looking forward to working with you.
Thanks, Walter. Yeah, and I didn't dwell on the past too much, but my experience at the legislative session, and I frame it as my experience because I may be wrong, but I believe that the appointment windows, usually we're used to in a long session, 3 rounds of appointments, 1 early, 1 middle, and 1 late. And I think my perception has been, and experience has been, by virtue of the session being remote, those 3 rounds of Senate rules were compressed into the sort of the front middle, where we had in rapid succession sort of February, March, April round of appointments instead of a potential May or June round, which might have been more typical of a typical year. And again, by virtue of that, I think, as Walter pointed out, there was certainly a perceived rush there around the April 30th. And I apologize that we weren't able to communicate that better. We were caught a little flat-footed ourselves, or I was caught a little flat-footed myself. But we do have, future rounds, and look forward to that.
Okay, Shelby, you still have your hand raised.
Yes, comment. So Jason, you were going to put a few things in the chat. Did you drop those in yet, or?
No, I'm not that talented. I will do it. I'll do both of those when I'm when I'm more in the next agenda item.
Thank you.
So Jason, did you want to go back into your
Yeah.
next item?
Yep. I think the other thing that I wanted to bring up was, I know a lot of people are, right now we are shifting from, in the legislature, from Ways and Means presenting, or from agencies presenting their budgets in Ways and Means, to Ways and Means deliberating over their the budgets that are presented or have been presented. And I think there's a lot of conversation going on around what the 21-23 budget will look like. So that's current budget process. At the same time, immediately after session is over, agencies will start building their budget proposals for 23-25. And I think conversations will begin about what has been missed or what gaps might need to be filled in the interim outside of those budget processes. I think I may defer to Steve Shipsey in a moment to reflect on the OPEC statute, because I am momentarily forgetting it myself. But I think input from OPEC to the governor's office regarding the 23-25 budget or agency investments in future budgets, as well as input to the governor's office on priorities in the 21-23 budget, which we're all discussing now, would be helpful, or is helpful. And I offer this up in part from having listened to the conversations over the past month in the Part 3 process, and hearing a lot of reflection on funding for state parks positions, and a lot of reflection on funding for coastal programs in general, coastal and ocean programs in general. And I guess if there's one thing I want to say, I think it's that in working on the budgets, the governor's recommended budget, or the governor's budgets over the years, one of the things that is most helpful in other venues, and I mentioned this to Andy a little while ago, that I'm mostly reflecting on the sage grouse, work on sage grouse, and the coalition that works on sage grouse, SageCon. I could see value in OPAC or OPAC members putting together a comprehensive approach to, meaning multi-agency approach to ocean and coastal funding priorities. So a package that agencies can look at and that the governor's office can look at that explains, a prioritized ideal suite of investments and funding for state government programs in the coastal and marine sphere, that all hangs together, that reinforces, so the elements reinforce themselves, so there aren't gaps in one agency where another agency might expect the ability to collaborate. I think that's, I just wanted to offer in this space that I think that's an item of value that I heard. I think I heard some sort of some speculation on during the meetings over the past month as to how to try and assert that there should be more funding for programs on the coast and marine sphere. So often the budget process comes to us, and I think comes to agencies a bit siloed. Agencies begin working up their programs in many ways on their own. There is cross-agency communication, but it's sort of inevitable. And when the governor's office looks at the budget, we try and knit things together, but with so many different topic areas and and the state budget as it is, and so many agencies, things can get overlooked. And it's very helpful to have a document from local expertise that knits those things together. And so I just throw it out there that I think that's a value for the 23-25 budget, something really, really comprehensive. And I think, recognizing it's very, very late in the process is probably even valuable in individual OPAC members thinking about how you approach the 21-23 budget conversations and anything that happens in between budget adjustments, e-board meetings, et cetera. I hope that isn't too confusing.
Yeah, Gina has a hand raised, Jason.
Yeah, sorry, and the part that I was throwing Steve Shipsey out there for was I am forgetting a little bit to what degree OPAC can engage with the legislature, but I will leave that as a legal question. Certainly just even my comments apply as advice to the governor's office. I'm sorry, Gina, is that Andy? Was that
Yep.
Q? Great.
Yeah, so I just have a clarification question, and maybe we can't address it here because we're running out of time. But one of the things that we've struggled with in the past is like, when's the right inflection point in time for OPAC to participate in the budget? Because what's happened in the past is the governor's budget's released, and then OPAC reacts, but it's kind of awkward because we're supposed to be advising the governor. The governor's budget's already been released, so the timing feels awkward. And what I hear you suggesting, Jason, is that it might be more effective if OPAC is thinking further ahead and saying, okay, we're going to go to the next biennium budget. And if we provide input now or start thinking about it now, it can maybe perhaps be considered as part of the governor's released budget. And in doing so, we're doing our responsibility correctly. We're advising the governor on what we think actions that she should be doing. So, because it's kind of awkward, I feel like when OPAC's advising the governor, but then tries to write a letter to the legislature to say what we do or don't like about the governor's budget. So I think we're trying to document or get out of that loop and create a clearer procedure about how OPAC can provide its perspectives.
Yeah, Gina, I think you summarized what I was trying to say well. The timeline of something like, for the governor's office, August, September, October of 2022, if I have my years right, having essentially a 1-pager, 3-pager, 5-pager that's a concise document describing how multiple, picking out policy option packages from agencies, knitting them together in a cohesive story about how it's a meaningful investment for the coast, and identifying things that maybe didn't appear in POPs from agencies that you think would be helpful. That's the kind of strategy that I've seen be really effective in getting traction in the governor's budget. So I'll just repeat that because I know it's confusing. Sort of August, September, October 2022 for that being for the 23-25 budget. Now, to get in agency recommended budgets, you want to be even sooner than that. I know ODFW starts, I think ODFW starts almost right away after the end of this long session. So two timelines. Each agency will be working on it, their own 23-25 budget, starting about, August, September, October. That's the first pathway. But the thing that I really would look forward to is a cohesive funding package for the coast in that late summer, early fall of the year before the biennial budget.
That's helpful. I mean, I don't think that, at least while I've been here at OPAC, we haven't operated that way. So it'll be a new frontier if we're going to try and tackle that. And we probably would need some sort of thoughtful process about how to go about working on that. So you've given us some homework to think about, I feel like.
Walter?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for bringing that up, Jason. And I actually had a conversation with Steve earlier this week about this exact same subject. So Steve, if you want to just weigh in now, that'd be great. But thanks for bringing that up, Jason.
Thank you, Walter.
Yeah, and I just put something in the chat just to help. Sometimes it's easier for people to read it than hear me. But the authority we have by statute is to offer advice to the governor and state agencies and local governments, but not the legislature. So plugging into a budget conversation with the governor is totally appropriate, as long as we're on ocean resource management and not necessarily, the propriety of student athletes wearing face masks in athletic competition or, something random. So on point and to the governor is kind of our authority.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Walter and Andy. I don't know that I have any more comments for, I'm happy to field questions to keep us on agenda. I don't know that I have any more comments for this point in the agenda.
Okay. Once again, thank you, Jason, for the update, and we appreciate all the time from you and the governor's office and lending your time here to OPEC.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to ocean-related legislative updates. Andy, all those were sent out. Does anybody have any questions or comments on those? Andy, if you
just to clarify, Walter, yes, I did send those out this morning. I'm happy to put those up on the screen if we want to roll through them quickly.
Sure.
I know that they came into you late, actually over the weekend, so just give me a second.
And while Andy's putting those up, I'll remind everybody in the public, please sign up for public comment now so we can get you all in the queue, and Andy can get everybody lined up and let you know how much time you're going to have to speak. So thank you.
So Andrea at DSL was the one who provided most of the comments for us. Other agencies, as we are running through this, think if there's anything else you'd like to update the group on while we are doing so, and we can have that opportunity for you afterwards. Andrew, you just want to do a quick highlights as I can scroll down the screen for us?
Hey, Andy, thanks. Sure. So this is kind of a summary of what is within DSL's sphere. We have Senate Bill 126, which is our agency priority bill. It's for the South Slough National Estuarine Research Reserve, and it expands the management area. Right now, the reserve has some special stewardship lands that it has acquired and is already managing, but because of the disconnect between its current ORS, they are unable to include those lands in their NOAA recognized boundary. So this bill will be the first step in the process for them to be able to qualify for additional federal funding once they're able to adjust that boundary. And just a quick update, it was actually scheduled for its third reading for tomorrow. So that happened this morning, so just a quick update. Senate Bill 5539 is DSL's budget. So it's already had its hearing. It's awaiting further action in Ways and Means, like all of the other agency budget bills. House Bill 3371 was put forward by Representative Reardon, and it is designed to mitigate financial risk around waterway cleanups and allows the Department of State Lands, or further clarifies our authority to assess risk and to require appropriate insurance if the state isn't liable for large cleanups. One of the examples is abandoned and derelict vessels, especially commercial vessels, which can be quite expensive. And they're usually multi-agency efforts. So that was one way that the state is thinking about addressing that issue. House Bill 3114 is the Oregon Ocean Science Trust Fund's funding bill. There is $1.06 million of funding allocations within that bill. I didn't include all of the different projects, but there are things to go to ODF&W and also things to go to the Higher Education Coordinating Committee, as well as to the OOST to appropriate through grants. So a lot of focus on research and projects around ocean acidification and hypoxia and ocean chemistry. So that's really important. I know that the OOST has had a funding bill for quite a few sessions. So hopefully we can get some traction on this bill. Let's see, what else did I include? House Bill 2603 was brought forward by Representative Gomberg, and it's around the siting of undersea cables. The bill essentially codifies some language that DSL actually currently has included in our easement language. So it is formalizing current practice that we have executed through leases and other agreements. There is also a section of that bill that directs OPEC to review Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan and conduct a study around the siting of undersea cables. Let's see. And then House Bill 3375 is around floating offshore renewable energy that was put forward by Representative David Brock Smith.
Andrew,
Andy,
I put it. Yeah, we can talk about this one. And actually, Patty was going to do a summary for us.
Oh, perfect. Sorry. Anyway, this is also on something that we were tracking, but yes, it does not actually have a nexus with DSL. So I didn't think that I included it, but I'm glad that you want to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, for including it. So this is, we were tracking the prior one as well, but these are two of the major ocean-related bills that we're tracking. So House Bill 3375 has to do with floating offshore wind energy. And this is another Representative Brock Smith bill that he placed into the hopper. It declares that it's the goal of the state to plan for the development of up to 3 gigawatts of floating offshore wind energy within the federal waters of the Oregon coast by 2030. And also asks the state to maximize benefits while minimizing the conflicts between floating offshore wind energy and existing uses and the ecosystem. And part of the bill directs the Oregon Department of Energy to conduct a literature review of the benefits and challenges of integrating up to 3 gigawatts into the Oregon electric grid by 2030. And it also, mentions gathering input from another of relevant agencies and organizations, and calls for 2 public meetings to collect public input. So currently that bill is passed out of the House Committee on Energy and Environment with bipartisan support. It was unanimously approved by the House, and it's now been referred to the Senate Energy and Environment Committee. And we have there's a hearing set up for that and a work session on May 25th, 2021.
Okay, we have a queue of 2 questions, Karin and then David Yamamoto.
Mine is actually an augmentation of Andrea's coverage of House Bill 3114. I just wanted to point out a couple of things. From DSL's perspective, I can see this as being the Oregon Ocean Science Trust Bill, but maybe a more apt name might be the Ocean Acidification Bill. And in that bill, there are three entities that would receive funding, which is captured here. It's the OOST, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, but then also Oregon State University. And so those 3 different entities would actually receive 1.9 million in total. But the 1.06 million notably is for competitive research grants. And so is an opportunity to infuse competitive opportunities for conducting really high priority ocean acidification projects in the state. And those projects have been part of the Oregon Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Coordinating Council's priorities for the last 3 years now. So the council has been working in coordination and providing comment and assistance to the legislature on that bill.
Thanks, David.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make just a comment on 2 of the bills here, the last 2, HB 2603. And I just need everyone to know that I try very hard not to disagree with my Coastal Caucus members. But unfortunately, on these 2, I do have slight disagreements. First one, 2603 with Representative Gumberg. This has gone through several iterations. We appreciate very much Representative Gumberg working with us as we work on this on 2603 undersea cables. This all got brought up by the Facebook cable that was brought into Terra Del Mar in Tillamook County. I just need to tell everyone, I'm continuing to work with Facebook, and next month or so, we're going to see why I consider Facebook to be a terrific partner in bringing their cable onshore in Tillamook County. Very honest with you, things did not go well initially, and they had many challenges throughout the whole situation. Now they're done, and finishing up, and I think we're going to find again in the next month or two. Some great partnerships with Facebook and Tillamook County. The second one, Representative Brocksmith's bill 3375. This one is problematical to me on many fronts. You will, if you go into the record, this got brought up at AOC, the Association of Oregon Counties, at our last meeting. Not our last meeting before. It was a very fast moving issue for AOC, the Association of Oregon Counties. It was just brought up at the very last minute, went to our Natural Resource Committee and got, went to our Transportation and Economic Development Steering Committee, and it was passed unanimously. When it got brought up to the Legislative Committee, I brought up some issues scheduled to be support HB 3375. And after a lot of discussion in AOC, the Ledge Committee, it did not pass to support. We did not agree to oppose this bill. We feel that there is more work that needs to be done here. We attended, after the AOC meeting, we attended a meeting put together by a wind energy company called RWE. There were several county commissioners and interested parties on that conference call with RWE. If they went through their presentation, I'll be very honest with you, there were major problems, at least with this RWE company. Reminded me of the Territorial Sea Plan Part 5 amendment process from many years ago. So this is one that we just need to be very careful with. I'm not sure that I'm on the BOEM Oregon Steering Committee. Not sure exactly how this is all going to work out. There are continuing problems with offshore wind, especially floating kind. So again, I just need to say that these are two bills that we're going to have to watch very carefully.
Thank you, David. Are there any other agencies that would like to provide updates?
Yeah, I do see that Ray Monroe has his hand up.
Sure, yes, Ray.
Good morning. I just wanted to make a comment on 3375. I realize that we have opportunity to talk more in depth about this, but I'd like to get it on the record. Talking about offshore energy, the displacement of the vessels that are there. When we do things for the benefit of the all, we must remember that the benefit of the all also includes food. And as we've known through COVID in this last year, when you need food, you don't have to wait for the corn to grow, and you don't have to wait for the wheat to grow, and you don't have to worry about there's no chicken, and there's no beef, and there was no pork in our stores. But what happened this year was on the increase of food came from the ocean. Our sales were increased on all of our ports that I know of, up and down the coast, from our large, small, medium-sized vessels and our processors. And what I'd like to say is that we need to make sure that if we place these out there, that the bottom of the ocean is utilized by our fishers to the best of the ability, without just saying you can't come within 2 miles of this or 4 miles of that. I think it really needs to be addressed. Wind energy onshore on some of our farms all over this country still utilize the ground underneath those turbines. And I just want to make sure that people are realizing that fish is there growing all the time. You don't have to worry about it to grow in 6 months. You don't need rain. You don't need sun. You just need to be able to get there. And I just want to make sure that all of our ports on the coast utilize the shrimp grounds out there and the bottom fish grounds, from our trawl fleet to our longline fleet to some of our open access. So that's all I wanted to say about that. I know that this isn't the proper place, but I wanted to get it on the ground.
Thank you, Ray. Are there any other updates, policy or legislative, for the good of the order? Okay, I'm not seeing any, Walter. So do we
Okay.
want to move forward?
Yeah, sorry about that. All right, we will move on to public comment. If there are still people out there that wish to comment, will you please put your name in the chat and we'll get you on the list. We have right now, if by my count, Andy, we have 11 persons, correct?
Yeah, we had one more at the end. So we have 12 now, and it looks like there's another additional 13 total so far.
Okay.
I
We
think
will
3 minutes is good.
3 minutes is good. Will you be keeping time on that?
I will do my best, yes.
Okay. What I'll do is I will read off 2 names. The first one will speak, and the second one, please be ready, and that will give you a chance to unmute these people, Andy. So first up, we have Allison Asbjørnsen. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. And second, we have Nora Sherwood. Allison, will you please start your comment, state your name and where you're from? Thank you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Allison Asbjørnsen. That was a great first try. I'm the president of the board of Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition, and I would just like to enter a few comments about the Rocky Habitat Working Group process. First off, Oregon Shores advocated for revising the Oregon's management plans for Rocky Shores, and we participated in this process heavily during this past year. And while we consider this a significant improvement to the state's territorial sea plan, and we absolutely salute the work that's been done, and we as an organization made up of citizens of Oregon really want to and encourage process where all of us get involved in this citizen science and volunteer programs that help and enlighten the public about Rocky Shores. But the process on this initial round has been a little bit confusing and unfair, and a lot of work. I've only watched it from above, but I was very impressed with the amount of work and the research that went into this, and the engagement of stakeholders and the public, and the conversations just extensive. And it was very impressive. And so our feeling is now that the process needs to be more transparent, and that the game was changed significantly after the proposals were submitted. Not just as in moving the goalposts, but really the game changed significantly. So we now are asking that all the proposals that were deferred, all of them be labeled continuing consultation and positively recommended going forward. That's our serious, our heavily weighted request. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to Nora Sherwood. After Nora, we will have Dennis White and Bree Goodwin. Nora, welcome. Please state your name and where you're from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Nora Sherwood, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Audubon Society of Lincoln City. We have been serving Lincoln and Tillamook counties since 2006. Thank you for creating an opportunity for active participation by community-based groups like ours to protect and preserve precious rocky habitat on the Oregon coast. We submitted 2 proposals for inclusion within the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy as marine conservation areas: Cape Lookout in Tillamook County and Cape Foulweather in Lincoln County. Our site-based goal for each site is to provide long-term ecological, economic, and social benefits. Those benefits include fishing and tourism, both of which are essential to our local economy. Listening to and working with stakeholders, we have developed proposals that do not restrict access, recommend no change to coastwide commercial and recreational fish harvest regulations, and allow harvest of commonly sought invertebrates. We emphasize education and stewardship rather than regulation. Designating the two capes as MCAs provides an opportunity for our children to learn about tide pool ecology, our neighbors to become community stewards, and all of us to work towards safeguarding and restoring marine kelp forests and other rocky habitats. Community outreach has been essential to our two proposals. We reached out, listened, built support, and developed a community network for each site. The results of our efforts are impressive. A broad range of community groups expressed support for our campaign, providing nearly 40 letters of support. 235 people signed our online petition in support of these designations. There were hundreds of public comments submitted to DLCD in support of our proposals. The Depot Bay City Council endorsed our campaign, stating that an MCA designation for Cape Foul weather will benefit tourism, which is a vital part of our economy. We listened to stakeholders and responded to their concerns. Scuba divers asked if they would be able to keep harvesting legal species within the MCA and if they could secure a boat or kayak. Our answer was yes to both questions. We also assured members of the fishing community that there is no intent to restrict fishing within these MCAs. We are enthusiastic about the opportunity to continue building relationships with various community interest groups, including commercial and recreational harvest, to build even stronger proposals that best meet the needs of all Oregon citizens while ensuring these special places are protected for generations to come. While we are happy to have our proposals be recommended for continuing consultation, to be honest, continuing consultation with agencies and interest groups is integral to our proposals and a process we would expect to participate in. We ask OPEC to recommend both these incredible sites as marine conservation areas based on their merit. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. We truly appreciate the opportunity to participate in this process, and we are ready to move forward.
Thanks for your comments. We appreciate your time, Nora. And we'll move on to the next person. We have Dennis White and then Bree Goodwin after that.
Walter, I am not seeing Dennis on the list, so we should move on to Bree.
Okay, Bree Goodwin, then after Bree, we'll have Robert Bailey and Tom Calvanese.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment about the Rocky Habitat process. I'm Bree Goodwin, the Oregon Field Manager for Surfrider Foundation. Developing a public process is no easy task, so I would like to begin with recognizing and thanking the Rocky Habitat Working Group members for the immense amount of time, thought, and consideration they've put into this process. Our members were also very impressed with the effort that was put into the proposals. It was clear how much thought and time went into them, so I commend the teams that developed the proposals. Our members and volunteers were really excited about some of the wonderful ideas, especially for educational and interpretive programming when enough capacity can be put in place to support those. The working group and public comment both highlighted the need to address some issues around rocky habitats, particularly around the need for more capacity to implement the strategy, wildlife and habitat impacts by visitors, and a lack of awareness of those impacts by the public. So we hope the conversations on potential solutions to those issues will continue. The working group in their evaluation of proposals struck a balance between considering available capacity, changes to existing uses, protecting special places, potential future uses, and long-term environmental impacts. We encourage OPAC to move forward with the 6 action items identified by the working group as outlined in their Rocky Habitat update in the meeting materials. Thank you for the time to provide public comment.
Thank you for your comments, Bree. We have next Robert Bailey.
Okay, Bob, you are able to speak now.
Okay, unmuted.
There you are.
Good
I can hear
morning,
you.
everyone. Bob Bailey here. Thanks for the opportunity. A brief comment. I want to remind you of an invitation to OPAC members and others who may actually be on this call, but specifically for OPAC members and members of the Oregon Ocean Science Trust, to a special webinar that the Alaka Alliance is holding on June 3rd, 10:30 a.m. till noon, to go give you a heads up and background and opportunity to discuss the draft feasibility study that the Alaka Alliance has commissioned, as well as the draft, the status of the draft economic impact assessment. We want to give you a heads up on those processes. We are looking to release drafts to the public around the 1st of August, and wanted to make sure that you are aware of that timeline and this work. So we want to give you a little behind the scenes peek at what's going into these two studies, so that when public review happens beginning in August, September, and October, you'll have some background on this issue in case you get asked questions. So stand by for other email from me to you, reminding you of this, along with the links to the meeting. So that's what I wanted to say, and thank you very much for all your work, and especially the work on the rocky habitat stuff. I'm not going to comment on that today, but it's been pretty amazing to watch. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comments, Bob, and thank you for the invitations. Next up, we have Tom Calvanese. Tom.
We should be able to hear you now, Tom.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Tom. Thank you.
I had to pick the right unmute button. Thank you. Sorry for that. Thanks for the chance to speak for a few minutes. I'll try to keep it brief. I know you guys have a lot to talk about. And before I do, I should mention that I'm also a member of the Rocky Habitat Working Group that you're going to be talking about a little bit later. But right now, I'd like to share with you just a little update about the Oregon Kelp Alliance. And this is a group that formed around 2019 in response to what we were hearing from a lot of, primarily from divers, in particular from urchin divers, who spend, as you can imagine, a good amount of time in rocky habitat, in kelp forests, doing their work harvesting sea urchins. And so we started to come together in 2019 to discuss what they were seeing, which was increased numbers of purple sea urchins and a decrease in kelp and poor quality uni, which is the product that comes from the sea urchins. And you may, I won't go through all the details, but you may have heard about sort of a perfect storm of ocean conditions, starting with what became known as the warm blob, and that warm ocean water created conditions under which we saw some other ocean changes, sea star wasting, and we also saw poor recruitment of kelp. And of course, all of this is happening in the context of a historic removal of sea otters, which Bob Bailey was just talking about. One of the sea star species that was wiped out by sea star wasting disease is a predator on sea urchins. And so this combination of conditions started to show itself, and we were looking south here on the South Oregon coast, looking south to Northern California, where they were seeing a massive decline in kelp forests. Kelp forests, as you know, are a very important habitat, especially for a number of commercial fish species, which depend on the kelp forest during their both juvenile and adult stages. So the group, this group of divers and researchers, ODFW shellfish biologists, conservationists, eco-tour guides, sport divers, and chefs, members of Indian tribes were all coming together to talk about what we could do about this, and in the process identified nearby Nellie's Cove as a good place to start. And so in the October of 2020, a group came together to do a baseline monitoring of Nellie's Cove in the interest of beginning to do a kelp restoration project. And in 2020, we also received support from Sea Grant to help coordinate our efforts, and received support from Pacific Wildlife Foundation and Pew Charitable Trust to support this pilot project. The results from that baseline survey told us we had very high densities of purple sea urchins and no kelp. And so we went forward with a plan to launch a kelp restoration project starting at that site, but it has now grown to 5 sites on the Oregon coast, from Cape Lookout, speaking of Cape Lookout, and Haystack Rock in Pacific City, Cape Arago, South Cove, Nellie's Cove at Orford Heads, and Macklin Cove in Brookings. And I have a slide deck on this. I'm gonna just drop the link to it into the chat so you guys can sort of follow the story visually. I'll do that after I give my testimony. And so since then, we partnered with Reef Check. They've now launched an Oregon initiative beginning at Nellie's Cove. So that is now a monitoring site. We've done the baseline monitoring, as I mentioned, and now rolling out plans to monitor the other 4 sites. They've just completed training with 7 new Oregon divers and are recruiting a part-time coordinator for Oregon. In the meantime, we've worked with ODFW Shellfish Program to establish to get a scientific take permit issued to allow this experiment to proceed. And we're using a before-after control impact study design at all 5 sites. And the permit is going to include, excuse me, surveying of purple and red sea urchins, kelp, red abalone, flat abalone, and sunflower sea stars. And will also include additional monitoring on the gonadal index or reproductive status of purple sea urchins, and measuring dissolved oxygen before and after culling events. Right now, we've just met last week with our co-PIs on that permit, and we're now preparing a sort of launch event at Nellie's Cove at the end of June, where we will be inviting divers to participate in that experiment. And I'm gonna wrap it up there because I think I've probably used up my time. I'll refer you to the Oregon Kelp Alliance website at oregonkelp.com. You can sign up for a mailing list there or follow us on social media, and stay tuned for more. You'll be hearing from a group called Wild Human. They are doing the digital storytelling on this project. And OPB was just here last week filming a piece in a series they're doing on Oregon foods. And this next episode will focus on urchin. So I'll leave it there, and thanks a lot for the time, and I really appreciate all the work you guys are doing.
Thanks for your time, Tom, and thanks for your work on the working group also. Next up, we have Cynthia Jacoby and Jesse Jones.
Yes. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate this opportunity to advocate for Cape Foulweather, and I echo the comments of Nora Sherwood and Bree Goodwin. I am a Newport City Councilor, and I would like to confirm to you that the City of Newport fully supports this designation of Cape Foulweather as a marine conservation area within Oregon's Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. I read that one of the stated goals is to, quote, protect intact ecosystems with a high ecological value, unquote. I believe that Cape Foulweather is in this area of description. If it is designated, it will connect a vast area from the Otter Crest Marine Gardens on the south to the Whale Cove Habitat Refuge to the north. This ecosystem enjoys hands-on community support and involvement by all of the local coastal cities and their officials, and of course, the Lincoln City Audubon Society. This area at present and will in the future support local tourism, recreational and commercial fishery, including the urchin harvest, of which we've just heard about, and it will protect that expansive area of kelp forest. Easy access, particularly at the marine gardens, is ideal for educational programs of all ages. But beyond the science, I ask who has not stood atop the grand vista of Cape foul weather and not felt part of something much larger than ourselves. So I ask for your consideration going forward in the process to designate Cape foul weather as a marine conservation area. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for your comments. Jesse, you're next. And then after Jesse, we will have Margaret Treadwell and then Linda Buell.
Can you hear me? Oops.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to comment this morning. I am Jessie Jones and I am the volunteer coordinator for the Coast Watch program of the Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition. In early 2020, we started sharing with the Coast Watch volunteers, our partners, and the general public the process offered by the state to enable citizens to help update the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. We explained how the strategy worked and informed people that submissions from the public to recommend new conservation, research, or education designations would be accepted through the mapping app called SeaSketched. I created content for Coast Watch volunteers about the ecology of rocky habitats on the Oregon coast and their conservation status, and hosted webinars with Oregon coastal scientists and researchers. I also coordinated a few Rocky Habitat Management Strategy update Q&A webinars with some Rocky Habitat Working Group members and state agency staff for the general public to attend. And I want to thank the Rocky Habitat Working Group members and the state staff for their availability and help in 2020. They were amazing. Coast Watch as a program doesn't advocate. Our volunteers join Coast Watch in order to keep an eye on a mile of shoreline that they adopt through the program. We don't presume to speak for them on policy matters. As Coast Watch volunteer coordinator, I am not testifying in support of any specific proposal, but I do speak on behalf of citizens who volunteered their time to engage in this process and deserve fair consideration. My priority as a volunteer coordinator is to provide relevant information about the Oregon coast, including surveys and monitoring programs and opportunities for education and involvement. As someone who spent a significant amount of time sharing with the public about the process and with proposal writers working to figure out how to engage with it, it was challenging and in many ways unclear. What was clear and focused, however, were the proposals that I read by Larry Bash, the North Coast Rocky Habitats Group, PISCO, the Shoreline Education for Awareness, and Lincoln City Audubon. I witnessed regular communications between agency staff and proposals about SeaSketch performance, available data, and what I witnessed as a genuine desire by the proposal writers to do everything correct in the submissions. Those who put so much effort into this did everything right in terms of the process set forth by the state. Among them, those ranked continuing consultation, as well as 2 sites that were recommended, have sufficient merit for designation right now. These submissions were written by Oregonians who heeded the call to help the state update the plan. I will continue to bring information about the strategy to Coast Watch volunteers and the general public, and I hope to see the ongoing process agreed upon soon and that all proposals in continuing consultation are honored by getting the designation they are seeking. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Margaret Treadwell.
Okay, Margaret. We can hear you.
You can? Okay.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Walter. So my name is Margaret Treadwell, and I'm here today representing the North Coast Rocky Habitat Coalition. We submitted site proposals for marine conservation areas at Ecola Point and Chapman Point. I first want to recognize the work that's been done by the working group, staff, And OPAC, just the time, energy, thousands of pages, data, and especially the presentations and Q&A we were able to do a couple weeks ago. So thank you for that. Our group supports the proposals and the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy in front of OPAC today. And we are excited to work with state agencies, tribes, and other stakeholders to work out any issues with our proposals for Ecola Point and Chapman Point. The Rocky Habitat Working Group recommendation recognized that our proposals have a lot of merit and community support, and we believe that they should be evaluated in a timely manner while sorting out the issues that still remain with them. So these areas were identified in the 1994 plan as an area of high biodiversity in a popular, highly visited tourist area at risk of higher visitation and human impacts. Since then, we've lost a rhinoceros auklet colony at Ecola Point, and we are seeing very low success rates for black oyster catcher nesting. And we'd like to get ahead of inevitable increases in visitation on top of what we've already seen in recent years with some education, stewardship, and protection. So we hope to work out the best ways to do that going forward. Lastly, I just wanted to share that our group feels that current funding levels shouldn't be the basis for decisions about the future and setting priorities. And this gets back to the governor's office comments about a bigger vision for down the line. We're very supportive of that process and think it's really important that the vision for the future and resources reflect the priorities of Oregonians. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you for your comments. I'd like to remind people one more time, if you have a desire to give public comment, to let Andy know in the chat. We have three new people signed up from the list I was initially provided. We have Scott Mcmullen, Tim Kenizer, and Lee Anderson. So there's who we have added onto the list. Next we have Linda Buell, and then after Linda, we will have Joe Liebezeit and then Scott Mcmullen.
Hi, I'm Linda Buell, and my family owns Garibaldi Charters out of the Port of Garibaldi. My daughter bought the business from us, and we still run the Alaska Sunrise out of the port and underneath Garibaldi Charters. The first thing I want to point out is that we tried to get a fisherman on the committee for the Rocky Shores Habitat Committee. And we were too late, and most of us hadn't seen the announcements evidently. And so I would like to reiterate that it would be really great if we could get a fisherman. We have one that volunteered. He's very qualified, been on a lot of committees, and we would like to get him on this committee as it goes forward, if that's at all possible. Okay. As for Cape Lookout, that is one of our big fishing spots, and I know you've made some comments that it wouldn't harm fishing or anything, but without a representation for the fishermen, it's hard to even know what's going on. Okay, so Cape Lookout is one of the best charter fishing spots when the wind is from the south, and it's really important to us. It's also the south side of Cape Lookout is safe harbor for many boats, not just the dory fleet in Pacific City, any commercial boats, anybody going by. If they can't get into the Port of Garibaldi, which is certainly not unheard of, they take safe harbor behind Cape Lookout. So that's one of the most, they anchor there. That's a really big thing to us. Cape Lookout is also one of the best charter fishing spots when the wind is from the north. When we can't go north because the oceans aren't good, well, we head for Cape Lookout. My husband's been a charter captain for over 20 years, and he says there's one spot there that's within 200 meters or so of the Cape, and it's one of the most excellent fishing spots down there. And our divers, we take divers out every year, and they like to get scallops off the walls of the rock. And so that's an important income to us too, and to others. We also take divers out for outfalls up and down Tillamook, checking out outfalls for wastewater. There's no danger to seals or birds from fishermen, and the Rocky Shores Committee has noted that because they're all way out on the end of the rock. So, and the kelp beds, no sane fisherman would go into a kelp bed. So we do not endanger kelp beds at all. Anyway, one of our I'm sorry, I belong to the Fishermen's Advisory Committee of Tillamook too, and one of our FAC members was talking from the Dory Fleet, was talking to a representative for, and I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, talking to a representative, shoot, forgot what I was going to say. Oh, about what they would do for the fishermen, and they said there was nothing to do with the fishermen, they wouldn't harm them or anything. But then he asked about mission creep, and the person he was talking to said they couldn't guarantee that later on they wouldn't take away fishing spots. So we're really concerned about it, and we don't have we would like you to drop Cape Lookout from being one of the spots. As much as you like it, we like it and need it more. You also express it that you're worried about increased tourism, and some of the things you've mentioned that you want to do seems like it would automatically increase tourism. One person told me that they would make Cape Lookout State Park much bigger so that everybody could enjoy your education things and everything, but I'm not sure that's necessary or wanted. At any rate, I'm sorry that I had to have to make this short. I left my notes, my computer at home, so I'm piggybacking onto John Holloway's computer. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your comments, Linda. Okay, next we have, we have Joe Liebezeit. Joe.
You guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Chuck and OPAC members, for allowing me the opportunity to provide some testimony today. My name is Joe Liebezeit. I'm with Portland Audubon. I'm the staff scientist. Our organization is the oldest conservation organization in Oregon, been around since 1902. Our first president, William Finley, helped get Three Arch Rock established as a protected area, and that obviously became part of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife National Wildlife Refuge System. So we have a long legacy of protecting coastal habitats and rocky shorelines. I first want to thank the work group for all their hard work over, I think it's 3+ years now. So they've put a lot of time into this and really appreciate that. I also want to specifically mention Charlie Plyben as the chair of the work group and all the hard work he's done with the herd of cats that he's had to work with. And also Moses at DLCD, who has made himself available as much as he can to work with the public. I'm not going to talk too long because I think a lot of it was captured in the previous testimony, but just want to say that it's a no-brainer for the 2 recommended proposals to move forward. The work group seemed really happy with them, but I also want to say that the 6 continuing consultation proposals, the work group obviously expressed a lot of support for them and voted on them, that they have a lot of merit. So those sites should be expedited and move forward as soon as possible as well, out of respect for the thousands of hours the public put into working on those proposals. And I just want to also talk about Linda's Buell's testimony, which I totally understand Linda's concerns. But I just want to reiterate that my understanding that the Cape Lookout proposal, the intention where I think there's some concern around the fishing community is around the kelp beds. And it's clear from their proposal and from what was said at the April work group meetings that there's no at all restriction on any kind of commercial or recreational fishing. And in fact, or any anchoring, anything like that. In fact, the protection of kelp and the restoration of that kelp there will actually help the fishing community a lot, because those kelp beds are super important for as a spawning ground for rockfish and other commercially important fish. So I think it's a win-win, really, for that site proposal and the fishing community. And then finally, I just want to say that I support the governors and I think the work groups requests from the tribal entities, and that there should be no impact on harvest rights or any current allowed uses in the rocky habitat areas for the tribes. So I just want to make that clear and explicit. That's all for me. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comments, Joe. Next up, we have Scott Mcmullen. Then after Scott, we have Tim and Lee Anderson. And if there's anyone else, please put your name in the chat if you wish to make public comment. Thanks.
Hi, OPAC. This is Scott Mcmullen from Astoria. I'm with the Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee. And I just wanted to remind OPAC that at your December meeting, you had indicated that you would move forward with the opening of Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 for amendment. We had requested a pretty specific amendment to remove the periodic inspection requirement. And so just reminding you that we'd like to see that move ahead. I understand that you have a lot on your plate, but would recommend that maybe a first step would be soliciting names for a TSP Part 4 working group. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Scott. Next, we have Tim.
Thank you for letting me speak today.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, Tim, apologies. Go ahead and start over, please.
Thank you. Is my sound clear?
Yeah, it is.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Tim Kniser. I'm a science teacher and a 6th-generation Oregonian. My knowledge of Cape Lookout comes from my connection to Camp Merriweather, which is the scout camp that occupies about 700 acres on the south side of the Cape. And that's what I'd like to speak about today. I first visited Cape Lookout with my scout troop in 1983, almost 40 years ago. And shortly after, I got a summer job on the camp staff at age 15. And I've worked or volunteered at that camp most of the years since. My first job assignments at the camp included teaching ecology and natural history, leading early morning walks to the tide pools on the southern side of the Cape, and all-day hikes out to the end of the Cape and back. In those first years, we watched the sunflower sea stars prowl through the tide pools. We heard bald eagles and marbled murrelets on the forest on the southern flank, and we stumbled over old shell middens that had been unearthed by the uprooted trees on the top of the Cape. And we also unintentionally surprised an entire herd of harbor seals that were hauled out on the rocks on the north side. These experiences were directly responsible for my passion in marine ecology and my career in science education. And I'm not the only one. There are many others I've met at Camp Merriweather over the last 3 decades who've had similar experiences at Cape Lookout and were inspired in the same way. We continue to lead those hikes to the Cape and train new generations to be leaders themselves. Thousands of visitors from around the country and around the world come to Camp Merriweather each summer. And what makes the biggest impression on them is the beauty and the rarity of Cape Lookout and the surrounding coastline. That it still exists in its natural state is what makes it so obviously and uniquely precious. Knowing this, the Scouts have opened up Camp Merriweather to the Tillamook Public Schools and the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry for outdoor science education. They've also recently built remote classrooms and a science education center to expand their program offerings for the Scouts with an emphasis on the Cape and its surroundings. And now they're asking volunteers like myself for guidance. They want to know, how do we continue to share what is so special about Cape Lookout without changing forever what we value most about it? Designating Cape Lookout as a marine conservation area would provide that guidance, and so much more. Cape Lookout deserves protection because the public should experience for themselves what is there, why it needs protecting, and what part they need to play, not just now, but always. Earlier this month, I was back at the tide pools with my 15-year-old daughter. We were tracking sea stars. My hope is that she will be inspired in some way by the time that we spend there. My hope is that when she's my age, she'll be able to visit the tides pool still, and she will understand why it matters that there are sea stars there at all. Please designate Cape Lookout as a marine conservation area and provide it with all the protection this important natural site demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Andy, I have a Dennis White on the list. Did he ever come back?
He has now joined us, so if we want to go back around and allow him, that would be good.
Okay, well, we had
we have
Lee Anderson, and then we'll go to Dennis. How's that?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
So Lee, you should now be able to unmute and speak.
Okay, can I get a sound check?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. So again, my name is Lee Anderson. I'm one of the informal leaders of the recreational diving community in Oregon with a specific focus on kelp forest preservation. I'm also the principal author of the formal letter to OPAC, which was also submitted as a rocky habitat proposal, but for obvious reasons, because it was a coast-wide proposal, it was pretty much rejected as because it was kind of a square peg in a round hole, so to speak. But still, I want to plead the case that coast-wide regulation changes and policies are direly needed to preserve and restore the kelp forests on the Oregon coast. We certainly want to avoid the 95% kelp habitat loss that's seen in Northern California, and we're headed in that direction without aggressive action. The danger is timidity in policy, really in achieving the goal of preserving our kelp forests. So I mentioned the recreational diving community. It's the way we kind of loosely organize is there's about 5 or 6 Facebook groups, which are in total over 3,000 people who've signed up to those groups. Not all of those are active divers. Not all of those are capable of diving the rather rugged Oregon coast sea conditions. So it's probably on the order of a few hundred divers, maybe more, that are capable and willing to do the urchin culling that's needed on select reefs. And over time, I think our volunteer divers can contribute the equivalent of millions of dollars versus, say, hiring commercial divers, which has been done in some areas in California. Going on to the formal letter, 4 main recommendations. One is to allow unlimited purple urchin culling in place by divers in subtidal zones only, not in the tidal. Divers are much easier to educate about what's the correct culling protocols and so on. I wouldn't want the tide pool public being involved in those kinds of decisions. Second point was kelp harvest reductions. I'm not real familiar with the commercial ones, but the recreational harvest is several hundred pounds, reducing that. One thing that's still startling to me today is that the sunflower sea star harvest, which is a critically endangered species by IUCN, and is still a allowed harvest in Oregon. And that should be immediately changed on an emergency basis to ban sunflower sea star harvest, and especially to point out the endangered report. One of their conclusions is that education is needed for bycatch, for crab and longline fishermen. Excuse me. To preserve and untangle and return sunflower sea stars to the ocean safely. And finally, to avoid new boat and diver access restrictions in any of the new rocky zones. Sorry, got a bug in my throat. And a new thing that's come along is that the regard sunflowers is that Nature Conservancy and UW and Friday Harbor are proving some farming methods. They're still nascent, but that's an opportunity for maybe future funding of release of new sunflower stocks into the Oregon coast. So I guess my main plea here is that, oh, and by the way, kudos to ODFW. They recently approved a scientific permit for 5 reefs on the coast to do purple ocean culling by divers. But it's a pretty restricted program. What we're advocating is a coast-wide policy change. And as I said, the big danger of not restoring and preserving our kelp forests is timidity. There's tons of studies around the world that urgent culling works when it achieves a certain level of culling. So please, let's not be timid. Let's be kind of aggressive. There's billions and billions of marauding purple urchins with no predator control, and it's going to get worse. So let's get aggressive. That's all.
Thank you for your comments, Lee. And then the last one, we'll have Dennis. If there's any people wishing to make public comment, this is your last opportunity. Otherwise, you'll be the last one, Dennis. Thank you very much.
Okay, actually, I am surprised I was on the list. I thought I was registering just to listen in, but I would like to say a few words kind of off the cuff here, but I would like to speak in favor of the Cape Foul Weather proposal. I live here. We reached out to a number of people, including both city councils in Depot Bay and Newport, both of which approved it. And I think we should have letters on file from each of them. We also made a lot of effort to reach out to, by the way, both of those councils have fishing interests in them as well. We reached out to the fishing industry among a long list of stakeholders that we tried to put together. I think probably others have said that there are just so many thousands of hours that have been put into this proposal. There's a lot of community interest, and we generated, I think, even more. And the only objection that I could really call out of any of my discussions with people who were in the fishing industry was that this fear of regulation creep, nothing to do with our proposal, of course, because we weren't proposing any restriction on fishing at all. I think our main focus obviously was to promote education and interpretation, to let the people who visit know what's out there and to be supporters of preservation. We are one of those foul weather and southward are one of those areas that's what we say overloved. And so it's particularly important, I think, that we have some sort of presence there to provide education with visitors and interpretation, and to become supporters of the area and know how critical it is to keep them as they are. We regularly witness multiple instances of people doing what they shouldn't be doing, which is harmful not only to them, but to the environment and the wildlife. So it's really a kind of calling card for us that we would like to see some support in the way of this designation that would allow us to do a better job. There's almost very little job right now to improve that job and increase the amount of education and interpretation that's possible. So I think our main push has been generating advocates and educating people when they're there, and having enough resources and credibility to generate funds to do that.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thanks, Dennis. I didn't know if you were done yet. Andy, do we have anybody else signed up or wanting? I'm not seeing anybody in the chat.
I am not seeing anyone else either, Walter.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for taking your time to come speak to the council, and I will try and keep us on schedule here. We appreciate your time, and OPAC members, it looks like we are due for a break right now, and we'll see everybody back at 11 p.m. or sorry, 11 a.m. Does that work, Andy?
It does, yep. 11
right.
o'clock. I'll send that out in the chat too.
All right, thank you. How are we looking, Andy?
Pretty good. Getting back together here.
Walter, did you get the slides that I sent you this morning?
Yeah.
I didn't know if that would be helpful for you or not, just so you know when they pop up during the presentation. That's where we'll need your support in facilitating and doing the voting. And I also put some notes in there to help us along as well.
Yep. So we're on number 1, correct?
Well, we're not there yet, but we will be eventually to number 1. Those appear at like the first slide that I sent you appears, you know, as the 10th slide in my presentation.
Okay.
So you'll see them pop up. They're all titled action items or OPAC action discussions. And some of them, there's a recommendation, but the action depends on some discussion by OPAC first.
Yep.
So the morning ones are more straightforward recommendations. The afternoon ones are the ones that are a little bit more going to need some facilitation, and probably some of OPAC's own recommendation will come out on those decisions.
Okay.
Walter, let me just do a quick check. Margaret Corvey, is your phone number end in 7357? And okay, I'm going to allow you to talk. You're going to need to control your mute, but you should be able to do that as well.
Can you hear me?
I can. Okay, Walter, I think we are good to go.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. In the interest of keeping us on time, we are going to start our 11 a.m. presentation. We have some potential action items, but before we start, I received a letter this morning from Jim Rue, Director of DLCD, regarding tribal consultation. So I'll just read part of that. It says, we recognize you are aware of the staff-to-staff discussions that have taken place with members of staff of Oregon coastal tribal nations throughout the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy process. The purpose of these meetings were to provide information on the Rocky Shores Management Strategy amendment process. As several state agencies regulate activities in the coastal zone, staff of the coastal tribal nations requested information on how any designation for protection under the Rocky Shores Management Strategy could affect tribes. Since that time, 2 coastal nations have requested continued consultation on the Rocky Shores Management Strategy. For this reason, we would appreciate if you would appraise OPAC members that this consultation will continue in the near term and that staff may introduce future recommendations for Part 3 amendments for OPAC to consider in the fall when Section E of the strategy is ready for OPAC consideration. So with that, I will give Margaret a chance to give a few comments on that letter. Thank you.
Sorry, I unmuted my computer instead of my phone. Hi, everyone. I don't have any additional points to make. I just would like to reemphasize that, of course, all of these decisions that OPAC makes, you know, on the strategy, whenever it's final, will impact tribes. And so it's really important that tribes have the opportunity to consult with the agencies about some of the issues related to harvest or other parts of the strategy. And I appreciate you bringing this forward. And I guess I'll just stop there. So thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
Charlie, you should now be able to share your screen. We're seeing it. Looks good.
All right, sorry, I was struggling to find my controls there. All right, well, let's get started. Thank you, OPAC, and thanks everyone for hanging in. This is going to be a long and dense presentation. We've split it up into 2 parts in the morning and the afternoon. Hopefully you guys have received and reviewed some of the materials. I apologize that it's so much. This is our pilot running a process, and as a result, we found out that we have an abundance, maybe too much materials for everybody to review. But I would encourage you to have some of those resources in front of you now. If you haven't already reviewed those prior or printed those out, some of those things might be handy as we're kind of going through and discussing the updates today. Typically, we would have been doing a lot of meetings in person that would have afforded us the opportunity to really communicate this a little bit easier. And so I really do apologize. I thought a lot about how to present this today. We were scrambling to get all the information up and online that was necessary for the proposals. And this kind of came last. And so it was dense and difficult, but I think we're going to give you 2 portions of this presentation that'll make it easier for you to follow. So let's see if the controls are not working for some reason. There we go. So the first part of the day, this morning from now until 12:30, we're going to talk about the consensus recommendations. And this is something I'm actually really proud of. Coming to consensus is a really challenging thing to do. And I want to recognize the hard work of the working group and the deliberations of the working group and coming to consensus on a number of things. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the Part 3 amendment backgrounds and milestones. You've heard this has been a 3+ year process, but we're going to quickly shift gears from that to what's happened really since January and where we've been from the proposals that we've received, the steps that we took through the evaluation process. We'll talk a little bit about the strategy updates that have happened. Those have been mostly minor, with the exception of the mention of some of the things that Walter just touched on with tribal nations, and we'll probably see some more updates to the strategy in the fall or in the spring next year from that. And then we'll jump into our consensus overview, which is really just 2 proposals that we had solid consensus on. And we're going to talk about those 2 proposals. And we'll be looking to OPAC to take action on those items before lunch. So 3 key action items here before lunch, hopefully fairly straightforward that we'll go through. This afternoon is going to require a little bit more reflection and a little bit more thought and some direction from OPAC. So we have some recommendations that came from the working group that are not crystal clear. And in fact, they were really looking to OPAC to make some final decisions on these. So you heard a bit of communication and public comment about continuing consultation. I want to just quickly mention that's kind of a hasty name and it should not be confused with formal consultation, which is something afforded to tribal nations. Continuing consultation was a concept that was thought about. Maybe another way to put it is further evaluation that the working group came up with. We'll go into the world of what that means and what OPAC wants to do for guidance there. We'll talk a little bit about some process reflections and how we might move forward in this process over time, what we've learned, some lessons learned, and a findings workshop. And if we have time, we'll get into some statewide recommendations, sort of beyond the proposal process. Everybody's been quite focused on the proposals. The 12 Easter eggs that landed in our basket this year, we've had to evaluate and review those, but the bigger picture around the strategy has a lot of vision and a lot of room for interpretation and improvement, as you heard from public comment, and we'll hear, I think, throughout the day. So I want to shift gears to the Rocky Habitat rock stars here. The past 3 years has been an immense amount of work. These individuals have really contributed a lot of time, particularly in the past 6 months in the review and evaluation period. That period alone produced no short of 1,600 pages worth of evaluation materials that came from the working group members. These people should be commended. I myself gave up pretty much every weekend in January and February to review all the evaluation or all the proposals that came in. And I know many of the other working group members had to do the same thing. This was a difficult time for both proposers and those that were evaluating. We lived through, a lot of trauma in the past year, wildfires, pandemic, all kinds of constraints that have been put on these individuals and the public in this process. So I want to recognize that while the process may be imperfect, it was a pilot process designed to be imperfect and have some lessons learned from it. But the tenure of engagement of these individuals over time and also under the conditions has been pretty fantastic. So big round of applause should go to all of these individuals. So kind of jumping backwards in time a little bit and thinking about what we've done over time. We started off in 2018 and 2019 with public scoping for the Rocky Habitat Strategy. That included a roadshow of 9 public workshops, a full outreach campaign with a needs survey and an issue survey. We developed postcards and a social media campaign. There was an entire story map developed for the Territorial Sea designations and recommendations out of the 1994 plan. I really encourage folks to take a peek at that if they haven't before. We did a data call to help inform and to digitize all the resources that were really mostly on paper and were not part of the updated strategy. So that was really the world of public scoping in 2018, 2019. 2019, we took that information and informed the strategy and inventory update. So we really spent our time rolling up our sleeves, working on text edits, and adopting some content from the 1994 sections and updating many of the policies that were pretty out of date. And a lot of the things that we'd heard from with respect to climate change, resilience, the importance of aquatic vegetation, we all incorporated into a lot of those edits. Phase 2 was 2020 and 2021. That was when we were drafting the strategy to be reviewed by the public, but also where we really developed the pilot proposal process and the evaluation process. So we developed all of that, we launched the process, we received 12 proposals, and now we're here in phase 3. We're evaluating these public proposals that came in, reminding you guys that this is a pilot process where we can learn a lot from it. And we've made some, and we're going to be making recommendations today to OPAC based on what we've found from this first process. So now I'm going to kick it over to Moses, who's going to get into a little bit more about the evaluation process and kind of go over what we've been up to since January and maybe even since June of last year and kind of where we're headed. So Moses, you want to hop in?
Thank you, Charlie. Hi, folks. Michael Moses with Department of Land Conservation and Development. I'm the Rocky Shores coordinator who was brought on in January of 2020 to carry the torch from Deanna Cariciolo to see through the completion of this process. So I'd like to run through just an overview of the process, what our timeline is looked at, and some of the activities and products and materials that we've produced through the duration of this process. So when the process was originally devised and laid out in the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy in 2019, the working group divided the process into 2 iterations. The first iteration being the initial proposal process with the understanding that we would run this process. It was a pilot effort. And we would come back together at the end and evaluate what worked, how well it worked, what didn't work very well, and where there's to identify some opportunities for process improvements. The second iteration of the process we call the maintenance proposal process. This is that ongoing rolling open submission process period that will extend indefinitely into the future until a future amendment of the TSP Part 3. So the initial proposal process was opened last year on June 1st to accept proposals. And in the May meeting of OPAC last year in 2020, there was a request that the working group brought to OPAC that came about from response to public request as well as discussions of the working group to extend the initial open proposal submission period due to the pandemic at that time. To extend that process, originally we envisioned about 3 months over the summer of 2020, giving the working group the fall and winter to evaluate proposals and craft recommendations for OPAC. So OPAC approved an extension of that initial proposal submission process from 3 months over the summer to all the way to the end of the year in 2020. So this means that our evaluation timeline was heavily compressed for the early part of this year. That maintenance proposal process also, was requested to begin on October 1st of this year, although we'll have some discussion here in a little bit to talk about whether or not we need to tentatively move that start date once again to accommodate the revisions to the process that have been made in the intervening months. So real quick, I just want to review what the steps of the evaluation process have looked like. So the proposals came in late December, and immediately after the working group returned in the new year, the proposals and their materials were distributed to our agencies, to the working group members, and as well as to tribal nations. So the first step of the evaluation process is the agency feasibility and completeness analysis. This is the objective evaluation of the proposals based on agency authority, agency jurisdiction, their programmatic work, and their capacity to conduct some of the proposed items. So this was the working group agency representatives, including DLCD, Parks and Rec, Fish and Wildlife, for both state and federal, came together several times throughout January to conduct these evaluations and provided summaries to the working group of their findings. Then proposals went to the working group for their review and evaluation. The working group evaluations took place during February, and these evaluations were guided by some evaluation guidance documents that the working group developed over summer and fall of 2020. And these were anchored on an evaluation rubric that's based on the proposal questionnaire forms and specific criteria that was outlined in the approved strategy for the process. Also, it reviewed, had several other questions that reviewed that criteria, as well as some of the products and the reports that were produced by the Rocky Habitat Web Mapping tool, which was the geospatial tool that we developed for this process. The working group evaluation step, as the working group members worked through it, they leaned on that agency analysis, and they were also able to identify, for the benefit of OPAC, as well as LCDC, several aspects of the proposals which might need to be considered for any sort of potential recommendation. So we called these considerations, and they were outlined in the working group's initial evaluation summaries. And they identified things that aspects of the proposals which maybe were issues for implementation or feasibility, or that needed clarification, or just other aspects of the proposals that needed to be considered for a potential OPAC recommendation. So the working group summarized these findings in some documents and put those out for a 30-day public comment period, after which the working group came back together to review that information. We had proposers present some of that information to the working group in their April 29th meeting. And then final recommendations were crafted for OPAC consideration. So you can, the timeline that Charlie's shown us here kind of outlines how those steps went. So January, agency analysis, February evaluations, and then our initial recommendations followed by public comment and our final recommendations. So some big lessons were learned here. That one, we needed an extensive evaluation time space to do this. As Charlie mentioned, there was a lot of nights and weekend work that were done in order to do this, and we need an extended evaluation time frame for any future iteration of this process, because it was really a hurricane of effort to get these things together. And in a future process, we would recommend potentially needing well over a year to fully conduct these efforts in the time needed to get them done. However, we were able to pull it off with 12 proposals And as a pilot effort, we'll have a discussion here in a little bit about how this pilot effort has really pointed to some of the process revisions that are going to need to take place in order to streamline it and improve efficiency for the future. Next slide. All right, so I'd like to review a little bit of some of the activities and the materials produced during this time. I'd really like to celebrate the working group for their efforts here. They did an extensive amount of review and evaluation. Charlie mentioned how much materials have been produced. So submitted to us was 1,305 pages of materials for these 12 proposals. And the working group in their review and evaluation had generated 1,643 pages of written materials, not including the materials produced for meetings. We held over 48 hours of official full working group meeting time. That's not including all the side meetings, and over 21 hours of meeting time just for the agencies to conduct their analysis alone. So it was an incredible amount of work. We were able to launch the Rocky Habitat web mapping tool that I mentioned. We had 10 working group meetings during this process. We were to develop our evaluation guidance materials, that agency analysis and working group evaluation form that I mentioned. And during the end of the initial proposal period, so November, December, I held virtual office hours for our proposers. They could drop in casually, ask questions, have discussion about the process or their proposals. And I did that as well during the 30-day public comment period that we held in March and April. We piloted all of the evaluation materials that I mentioned, and all these steps of the process as we had laid them out in 2019. The agency completeness and feasibility analysis, out of this came 12 summaries of that effort, as well as the working group evaluation also produced 12 initial summaries and 12 final summaries. We've also been able to, during this time, of course, revise the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, and including some suggested tweaks to that process for the future. So it was an incredible amount of work here, and I'd really like to thank the working group members for their efforts in producing these materials. Next slide. And we're going to throw to Andy here to go over the approval process for you.
Yeah, thank you. So y'all remember and recognize that OPAC is a rulemaking advisory committee to my commission. It's not always the rulemaking advisory committee, but in this instance, it is. And as such, you will be sending recommendations on to my commission. Here is a very general calendar that we expect for the rest of the year. Recommendations that come out of today's meeting, I will brief to LCDC at their July meeting. And then in the fall, we expect potentially additional recommendations to come in to OPAC related to revisions to the process. And as mentioned earlier by Walter, this may also include any results from our work with our tribal government partners. We are going to hold a hearing at LCDC in November, with then the potential adoption date in January of 2022. So that's a high-level summary. OPAC will be sending recommendations to LCDC. LCDC will consider that and either adopt it or make findings and send it back to the council, after which that cycle may continue with recommendations going back to the commission and plan adoption. At the end of this, with an amended part 3, our program will submit the program to NOAA for official adoption into our NOAA Coastal Management Program as a state plan. So that's a high-level summary of kind of rulemaking items and actions with some context for where we are today. And I'll turn it back over to Charlie.
think that's actually me.
Or that's you.
Yeah, Moses.
Okay.
So I just wanted to talk real quick about the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy itself. So OPAC members, you should have received 2 different versions of the draft strategy, one being a track changes version, which redlined all of the edits that have been made since the last approval of the strategy in May 2020, and then a second draft, which is the final copy of the current iteration of the draft strategy. Since May 2020, not many substantive edits have been made. As Charlie mentioned, there was a few passages that were included regarding tribal nations, and these came out of our efforts that have been ongoing since fall and winter to meet with tribal nations, to understand perspectives and strive toward better inclusion and representation of tribal nations in the strategy. So those additional passages have been included here, and OPAC was briefed on those in their December meeting. Other edits to the strategy are relatively minor. Clarifications on terms were made, particularly in the regulatory standards and management practices table in section D, which is the section or the table that outlines the management prescriptions for the 3 new designation categories. Otherwise, minor clarifications were made throughout the document on terms or any remaining issues regarding grammar, formatting, punctuation, or other Scrivener's errors were corrected. So revisions to the process, however, that I mentioned, that we're running the initial pilot process, and the intention was to come back and review that and make any necessary changes to the process. That's not occurred yet, and that's going back to that timeline that we showed you when we requested the extension of the initial proposal period in last May's meeting. We extended it from 3 months to 7 months, and so that kind of eliminated an additional 4 months that the working group would have otherwise had to come back and review the process and refine it. So at this time, Section E and Appendix C, which outlines the proposal evaluation process and the proposal questionnaire form, have not been thoroughly revised following this initial run of the process. So that's something that the working groups and the agencies still need some time to do. And that's something that we're requesting that time to do it this summer through a proposal revision workshop and bring those necessary changes to OPAC in the fall meeting. But otherwise, the remainder of the text is effectively ready to go. But a reminder that tribal consultation continues to occur throughout this process, and there are plans to continue it throughout the summer. So there may be additional revisions that OPAC can expect to review that come out of that process as well in the fall meeting. Next slide.
Okay, sorry, this is my opportunity here to kind of give you guys an update and for you to remind you this is where we're asking you to take action on the strategy. So just to kind of sum up what we're asking your action for here today on with respect to the strategy are 3 key areas. 1, approval of the updates. So the updates, mostly minor. You should have seen a red line copy of that. So we're asking for your approval of that. 2, we are looking to hold a process findings and revision workshop this summer, understanding that this process is imperfect. And before we finalize what the process looks like, we'd like to hold that workshop, come back to OPAC in the fall, and let you know, and we can make a final decision on Section E, Appendix C during that fall meeting. So we're asking you to delay that portion and consider that in the fall. And then 3rd, we had initially said that we wanted the maintenance proposal process to start on October 1st, 2022 or 2021. Obviously, everything's been bumped back now. The working group made a recommendation to move that proposal process back to October 1st, 2022. I personally would just recommend that OPAC consider not putting a date on that and just delay it. However, the working group recommendation is that we felt like we needed to put a date on it. So that's why you have a date in front of you. So Walter, I'll turn it over to you. This is the world of the three things that we're asking for strategy action on. And again, approval of the updates, support for process findings, revision workshop this summer, and a delay of the start of the maintenance process are the three things we're asking for approval on.
All right, thanks, Charlie. I'll put it up to the OPAC members. Are there any questions or comments regarding this strategy update process workshop and delaying the maintenance period proposal that Charlie's put in front of us?
It's like John has his hand up.
Okay, Walter,
Yes, John?
these three things are going to also be discussed this afternoon.
Yes, in parts we are, as far as maybe talking about the workshop. And Charlie, you want to answer that question?
I think this afternoon we'll be asking OPAC for like what that workshop for with respect to this number 2, what that workshop should look like who should be included, and how we kind of have an outline of what the agency expects that could be. But we'll be asking OPAC to kind of dig in and make some guidance on that. And then the third, that's kind of a bigger picture, exploratory about what we'll be discussing, what the maintenance proposal process might look like in the future, and some just the world of reflection. So I don't know if OPAC will be taking any formal action on either one of those. That's really up to the discussion this afternoon. But it shouldn't preclude that we're delaying the maintenance proposal process, which right now says it's going to start in October of this year. So we need OPAC's approval to delay that. And with respect to the revision workshop, we just think that's good practice. And we would hope that OPAC would endorse that as well, with the understanding that OPAC may have some specifics about how that happens this afternoon to inform on.
Okay, I'm mainly interested in actions taking place this afternoon rather than this morning.
Okay, regardless, we're asking for OPAC's action on this. Regardless of interest level, I mean, otherwise, if we, the current strategy directs us to start the maintenance proposal process in October, which might be before the next OPAC meeting. So there's some things here that we would like for, and we are asking the working group is asking OPAC to approve.
No, today is fine. I just didn't want to do it right now.
Walter, Gina has her hand raised.
All right, sorry, I didn't see that. If you could remind me, Andy, I'm not seeing it in there. So go ahead, Gina.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I guess I know that you guys are asking a specific question here, and I don't want us to, all have to do this if we don't want to, but I just want to say, I feel like this is a little bit of a inflection point, a moment to celebrate. I mean, I know that they went through these slides very quickly, but this represents the culmination of a number of years of effort, and we wanted to run a pilot project and we did it. So congratulations on getting through the pilot phase. And as everyone said, it generated thousands of documents and pages of documents and meetings, and but also importantly, it increased conversations in the community, and it also increased attention to the needs for education and stewardship, and even adequate funding for our rocky habitats. So I just want to say congratulations to everyone involved in making it to this point. And also a huge thank you to everyone who participated in the process, from the groups that made proposals, the tribes, the agencies, all the members of the working group, and especially the working group chair, Charlie. I know you all have dedicated hundreds of hours of your lives to this process. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate that. Now, my daughter's second grade class, they would do what's called a round of applause. So since we're on Zoom, that's how you get a round of applause done.
Thanks, Gina.
Thanks, Gina.
I don't see any other hands, Walter. So
No other hands. So how do you wish to proceed? John asked if we could move this to the afternoon. How do you feel about that, Charlie, if we're going to be discussing it?
We need to have an OPAC action on this. So if OPAC chooses to put this at the end of the day, then that's fine. I ask that we prioritize that an action comes out of OPAC. Otherwise, we are going to need to launch a maintenance proposal process before the next OPAC meeting that has no expectations or understanding from OPAC or the public. So this is about setting us up for success in the fall. And I really need OPAC to make a decision here at this meeting.
Okay.
So it's fine if they want to move it to the end, just don't move it to the end and it ends up to be a slide that we don't talk about because we need to make this decision. I'd like to hear from other OPAC members, or if this is an interest thing, or if this is actually an order of business issue.
Yeah, moving it forward, if there's anybody that has a desire, can you just raise your hand and just chime in? And Charlie, I just want you to know that I understand is trying to facilitate and share is kind of tough for me, but we will make a decision on these things, whether it's right now or at the end of the day. You have my word on that.
Jamie's hand is raised, Walter.
Yeah, I would also like to echo what Gina mentioned. It is a time to celebrate, and I've seen the effort go into this. I spent a couple of days in April with the working group listening to the presentations, and I am impressed with their steadfastness and thoroughness. And I would like to reward them with getting on with this strategy update in the process and move that we accept these 3 points. And if so be it, don't necessarily put a date on the tentative delay of start.
Okay, Jamie, just we did have a desire to move this to the afternoon. Would you have an issue with moving it to this afternoon? Would you rather do it right now?
If others deem appropriate to do it now, I would go with that. But afternoon would be fine.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. I saw Tara.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for putting some very pointed action items in front of us. My desire would be to vote on these now. I think they're pretty straightforward. As was mentioned, the updates to the management strategy were not significantly substantive, and I think important updates in terms of tribal consultation. I think reconsidering and doing some lessons learned of the process this summer, it makes good sense, and coming back to OPAC in the fall with those. And then in terms of, sorry, I'm just going down the list, in terms of moving the maintenance proposal process, that also makes just good logical sense to me because as Charlie said, that might happen before we even have another OPAC meeting, which might change the process. So I don't view any of these items as anything that we need to delay consideration of at this point. So I would move to vote on these now.
All right, thanks, Tara. David?
Walter, just from a process standpoint, I believe that was a motion and potentially a second, although it didn't come in that voicing, but
yeah.
And then I have David, Chris, and then Gina in order.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time very much. Yeah, I don't see a problem with putting these off until this afternoon. I agree with you, Walter, that we do need to take them up to that. But having a little more clarity on the strategy moving forward, I think could make a lot of difference in votes on these 3 items. So again, I don't believe putting it off to this afternoon is
you, David, and then Chris, and then we'll get back to what you just brought up, Andy. Chris?
Thank you, Chris Wall with NOAA. I just want to get clarity on number one. I believe the request is for OPEC to approve the updates. We see a red line version and then the clean version that was included in the OPEC meeting materials. So first off, if you can answer, just someone clarify for me, is that what you're looking for here, is to seek acceptance from OPEC on these updates that are marked in the red line track changes? Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. That's
okay.
That's number
There's
one.
If that's the case, thank you. There's just one point of clarification I guess I do want to make on that document, and I'm not going to be available this afternoon. I have a training conflict, unfortunately. So I can make that now or I can, but I do have to step out at noon, unfortunately.
All right,
Do you
thanks.
want that now?
Yeah, I think it may be pertinent if you have a question about the strategy update now.
So my main point on that one, thank you, Charlie, is just that, so Appendix D, which is a section that was specially designed for the purposes that my office requested at NOAA, so it relates to the ultimate NOAA approval, does not look, at my glance so far, to be entirely updated. I think all the Appendix D is it's extracting portions of the updated document into an appendix that is what our office will ultimately approve. I feel like some of the policies there are missing in conversations I've had with staff over the past several months that might be eligible to be approved. I don't think that needs to affect OPEC's approval today, so long as I'll look to Andy or other staff can confirm the Appendix D will be updated to reflect my office's requirements based on the language that's in the rest of the management strategy.
Chris, that is correct. For federal designation stuff, it is likely that inconsistency, so federal designation tribes and consistency stuff, NOAA, that OPAC will see modifications to those sections specific to those areas for strategy in the fall, and potentially maybe in the spring, depending on what consultation looks like with tribes. So the point of a strategy update today, just like in all OPAC meetings, is to not hit you with 1,000 red edits of overhaul, but at each meeting to approve the edits that have been made since the last meeting. So that's what we're looking to today. But yes, I would expect that DLCD would be working with you to make those consistency changes in that appendix.
Okay. Well, I from my perspective, I do recommend, and that's everything I see in here is fine. I would take no issue with it, except for that at some point Appendix D would just need to reflect the final language. But I think that there's no reason to do that before we're truly done. So that's fine to move forward with that today. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Chris. Just so as a process here, Jamie, did you mean to make a formal motion that we take a vote on this now?
I did.
Okay, can you please state that in that way?
I would move that OPAC approve the strategy update given.
All right, thanks. And then Tara, was you?
I second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. We'll have discussion. Richard, I saw you raise your hand.
I have a question here. The first two of these appear to me to be pretty straightforward. Am I missing something? Have we already approved a maintenance proposal process? I thought that was going to be part of the discussion at some point. If we were going to approve that and what it was going to look like.
Thanks for your question, Richard. Yes, you have approved a maintenance proposal process that we developed last year before we piloted a process. So we developed the maintenance proposal process and the pilot initial proposal process as a strategy update. That's section E and appendix C of the strategy itself. And so when we developed that, we understood that we were going to learn things in this initial proposal process that would inform that. So you have already approved one. The reason we set a date, ironically, the reason we set a date in October of 2021 was last year we were feeling constrained. We were all feeling like maybe if we put a date out there for the maintenance proposal process, we could alleviate some of the public proposals that might feel burdened to come in before the end of the year. And so they could have a target date. So that's why we put that date out there and developed that date. You know, on the other hand, we received a lot of proposals and we decided to work more on evaluating the proposals that came in than on getting that maintenance proposal process right. So now we're having to kick that till the next OPAC meeting. And we want to hold a findings workshop, and we want to discuss how that workshop would be held later today. We're just asking you right now to delay the maintenance proposal process start, which right now in the strategy says October 1st, 2021. So that's the third piece. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's so many moving parts, guys. It's a lot of information to deliver at once, and I'm doing the best I can here.
All right, thanks, Richard. Susan?
Thank you, Chair and Charlie. I was just wondering, I'm a little confused about the workshop. And can we just go back and revisit that for a second? Can you describe that a little more fully? And will we be talking about that further this afternoon as far as what some of the expectations are, how that may proceed? Does that make sense?
Yeah, let me just pull up a slide here. It's later in the day and I don't think it's pertinent to the decision that we're going to make, but it might help with folks understanding the world of things. So let's see. This is slide number 32 of 42 today, just to give you an idea of what you're up against. But later in the day, I would hope that we would have a discussion about what a process revision workshop would look like. And this is what would inform a maintenance proposal process. So on the left side of the screen, you can see some ideas that we've thought about within the working group, within state agencies, and also that we've heard from the public, and that we would host a public workshop this summer, conduct a survey of the proposers. We kind of do some agency consultation, evaluate the timelines. And from that workshop, and we'd also ask OPAC to inform on how that workshop would happen, we'd come back this fall to OPAC and say, you know what, this is what we've learned about the initial proposal process, the problems, the constraints, the hopes, the dreams, the expectations, and here's what we would recommend for a future maintenance proposal process. If you're going to do this again, these are the things you need. These are the world of things that we've learned. So the findings workshop or lessons learned here. And I was hoping to dig into what that is and how we're going to do that later today. The morning time, I was just looking to hopefully get a vote that says that rather than approve Section E and a process that we know is flawed right now, we're asking you to support this, having a workshop this summer to get findings and then come back in the fall for OPAC's reconsideration then about what a maintenance proposal process would look like. So ultimately, OPAC would be making a decision about the maintenance proposal process in the fall of this year, after we've had some workshops. Does that help clarify things for individuals?
It did for me. Thank you, Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie. We do have a motion on the table. So Andy, I guess do you want to do this by chat or by face?
Well, let's see if there's consensus first. And then if you need to vote, then I would prefer to have a vote in the chat for all to see.
Okay, how do you want to do consensus? Have everybody turn their cameras on?
Just with a verbal vote.
Okay. Do we have consensus to move on with the vote on this, or sorry, consensus to move on with this and approve it, or do we need to come up with a vote? So if you have an objection to passing this with consent, please with the voice vote say so? Who was that? Who was that?
Sorry, I can't hear that.
Yeah, I'm having trouble hearing as well.
You guys, I think it's someone just accidentally messing with their mic, like turning it on and off. I don't think it was an actual statement.
Okay.
Okay, so if there is objection, or if people do not want to vote on this right now, can you please with the voice state your non-consensus?
I vote no.
Okay. We have a no vote, so we will move to voting. So please go into your chat and vote whether or not we approve the updates, process findings, and tentative start date.
Correct? Is this a package 1 through 3?
This is a package 1, 2, 3. That's how I understood Jamie's motion.
Okay, just clarifying. Thank you.
And are we voting all attendees, correct?
All OPAC voting members.
OPAC voting members, yep.
Yep.
Okay, so all panelists in chat.
Yes. Where are we at on voting, Andy?
I am continuing to bring them in. Sorry, this is taking a while to go through the chat and then record it. Okay, this is how I have recorded the vote. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Count 6 yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no's.
Okay. What is the process for a tie? Do we move it to the afternoon or do we approve it? Andy?
I believe, well, let me check with Steve. We got our lawyer on the line.
Is it a tie? I'm confused.
I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no's. So I think the motion actually passes by 1.
Okay. That's what I was saying. 2, 3.
Yep.
All right. Are we good, Andy?
Yep.
All right. Motion passes. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing, Charlie. And it goes back to you.
Is my screen up or no?
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, I might like to have a minority discussion. I thought that this would be a consensus, easy thing. We're just making recommendations on delaying the start and providing more context to OPAC before OPAC makes a decision. So maybe in our afternoon discussion, we can get at the understanding for the dissent, since this was really something I would hoped, like a lot of other things, to get through with consensus.
Well, let's move on to the next Kate Blanco. And
so we're going to get into the world of proposal overview and designations. And so this is shifting gears to polygons on maps and proposal recommendations. You can see there's a lot that we received. We received 12 different proposals, and I'm going to have Moses sort of top line some superlatives about all the different proposals that came in a moment here. And we'll also this morning really be just talking about 2 of those, and that's where we had consensus. And in the afternoon, we'll talk about the rest of the proposals that came in. But for starters, before we get too far in, I kind of want to do sort of this site designation crosswalk, the Rocky Habitat Inventory and sort of the world of proposals and the strategy implemented to date. And it's great to understand where we've come from before we get into too far about where we're going. And what you see in front of you is the greater portion of the Rocky Habitat Inventory and designations as recommended by the 1994 TSP Part 3. So when we first picked this up, all of these areas had a designation. Yes, even not yet designated was a type of designation. And we even had others that I'm not listing here called marine shores. And this was all part of the inventory that were special and important Rocky habitat areas. They all had some level of recommendation around them, or to some degree, recommendation around them. And so, before we jumped into this proposal and process and allowing for the public to designate new areas, we really were scratching our heads looking at what we'd learned from public scoping was that the inventory of these areas and the types of designations, not yet designated and habitat refuges were confusing to the public. And that's really how we landed in those 3 buckets that you've heard consistently over the past couple of years. With marine gardens focused on education. Similarly, we have research reserves focused on a goal of research. And now we have marine conservation areas and kind of got rid of the whole idea of habitat refuges, not yet designated, rocks and reefs, all those things sort of were confusing the public. And so we came up with these sort of new buckets that were a little clearer for the public. But in walking through this inventory, and I think this is important to understand where we've been, this was the list in front of us. This was a big list. And in blue, if you see right now that I just highlighted, those are the areas that were implemented from the 1994 strategy. So these are familiar areas to you already on the map and have been implemented since the 94 strategy or prior to that when they were first recommended. And then you start to look at these sites and you put another lens on them and you say, well, what became part of another designation? So what became either, maybe part of a wildlife refuge through the Oregon Islands National Wildlife Refuge program, or what maybe became part of a marine reserve or a protected area, which was part of a whole other statutory effort and OPAC effort. And so those are the green areas that you see, and it sort of shades out a few others. And then you add another lens to this and you say, well, what was in that 1994 strategy and highlighted as a special important Rocky habitat area, but it had no management recommendations. And that means that it said, this is an important area, but it didn't actually have any management prescription added to it. It didn't say you should you restrict invertebrate harvest in the intertidal, or you should, restrict one thing or another. It just said that these areas were special and it really identified them in the inventory. So now you can see what's left. And what this says to me is that over the years, we've actually done a pretty good job of implementing all the colored areas on the map that are on the list here that you can see. These are all the sites in the areas that have been implemented either part of the 94 designations or later because of something else, or they just didn't really have any recommendations and may not have needed any management prescriptions at the time. So this was kind of the review, and then you look at what's left, and they kind of pop out these some outstanding areas and some areas that we heard from the public. So when we crosswalk with what was publicly proposed in this initial proposal process, you can see these red areas, they popped out. Cape Lookout, Coquille Point, Crook Point and Mac Reef, Cape Blanco, Blacklock, Seal Rock, Ecola. These were all things that the public identified as part of this process and brought back to us and said, these areas are still special, and we think that they need site level prescriptions and designations. And then you see what's left here. These is sort of some of the areas that they did have some site-specific management recommendations in 1994. They weren't implemented for one reason or another, and they weren't proposed by the public in this process. I will like to say that the working group did do sort of a cursory evaluation of all of these sites, and they came to some conclusion around a lot of these. So areas like, for example, Tillamook Head, there wasn't really seen to be a need for advancing more regulations, given the sort of difficult nature in accessing that, and a lot of the site had remained the same since 1994. Similarly with Humbug, that was sort of another perspective, and Lookout Rock there. So I just think this is a great sort of example to see kind of where we've gone and where we're headed. And I thought a lot of areas and ways to put this in front of you. I had lots of different spreadsheets, and I would have liked to show you a map. Unfortunately, that's not was not easiest way to produce it and get it in front of you today. My computer just froze. Can you hear me?
We can still hear you, Charlie.
Okay,
You just may need to click in on your PowerPoint again.
I got the spinning wheel of death now on my PowerPoint. Let's see, I might have to escape. Yeah, I'm gonna stop share and see if that helps. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to restart my PowerPoint.
We can also have Moses load it and share if need be.
I don't know how this is gonna work.
While we're waiting, where are we at with our afternoon discussion? Who do we have lined up for that?
We have Dan Helene going to join us during lunch to talk about the Packwave South project.
All right. I would maybe say that if Charlie can't get his computer up, that we kind of stay on schedule and have our lunch break so we have enough time to rest before we have our afternoon discussion. Or if he can wrap it up in the next few minutes, if he gets back online.
I'm waiting for it to open my PowerPoint right now. See if we're back up. Am I still sharing my screen or no?
No.
Okay, let's try this.
I'm ready to share if need be.
So I just quit and restarted PowerPoint.
You're good now. I'm seeing your screen.
Great. Let's get back to Moses. You're on. All right. So Moses is going to walk through just a quick superlative of all the 12 proposals that came in, and then I'm going to hop us into the 2 sites where we had a consensus recommendation for OPAC to consider this morning. So Moses, take it away.
Sure, thank you. Well, we've touched on some of the high-level superlatives a little bit already. We received 12 proposals that came in. You can see them here. 3 North Coast proposals, Ecola, Chapman, Cape Lookout. 4 Central Coast proposals, Fogarty Creek, Cape Foulweather, Otter Rock, and Seal Rock. 4 South Coast proposals, Coquille Point, Blacklock, Cape Blanco, Crook Point, Mac Reef. And then we had one other, the Coastwide Kelp Forest proposal, which was kind of a square peg in a round hole, didn't quite fit the process. It wasn't site specific, but it came with it a lot of really thoughtful recommendations and potential actions that could be taken to address the problem with kelp that we heard about earlier. So of these 12, we had 9 marine conservation areas proposed, 2 marine research areas, one of those being the coastwide kelp forest, and 1 marine garden. So interestingly, you can see there was a lot of focus on the marine conservation areas. I know Charlie has mentioned in other meetings, it felt like this backfired on us a little bit. I think we all had the expectation to receive some proposals with a lot of regulations proposed in them, and that wasn't quite exactly what we saw for most of these. I think a lot of folks, it seemed, were less focused on harvest restrictions and more focused on trying to manage human behaviors in a lot of these areas. So some things we might call like tide pool etiquette, or how we might interact with some of the species that were really the focus of a lot of these proposals, things like seabird nesting and pinniped haul out areas. We had a lot of interest there. So of these 12 proposals, all of these went through that agency analysis and the working group evaluation steps. We were able to identify in those evaluations the considerations for OPAC for potential recommendation. That went out for public comment again, and then ultimately our final recommendations, which have been made available to OPAC. So a lot of hard work to review these areas. As I said, 1,300 pages of materials here. I think the total for all the areas proposed was something like 4,000 acres. 1,000 of that was just the Seal Rock proposal. And so that one was a bit outsized. But when you look at the whole coast, if you look on our Rocky Habitat web mapping tool, you zoom out just a little bit, and these areas you see they become pretty tiny compared to the whole coast. And of all Rocky Habitat areas on the coast, I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was a very tiny fraction, less than 1% of all the Rocky Habitat on the coast that was up for consideration here. But the main point being that the public was very interested, very focused on these, did an incredible amount of work to conduct outreach and to devise support programs for these areas. So a lot of that effort and that concern that I mentioned, the public is looking to try and manage some of those human behaviors and activities in these areas through public outreach and awareness programs, the volunteers that we've probably all encountered in visiting these areas that help educate and inform the public about proper stewardship of these areas. And that really seemed to be the great focus of most of these proposals, rather than trying to restrict harvest. So I think we'll have a little bit more discussion about some ideas the working group has discussed to try and address some of those issues in partnership with the public on those things. So I'd like to talk a little bit, though, if you go to the next slide for me, Charlie, just give you a really brief overview of the 30-day public comment period. So the initial recommendation summaries with the considerations outlined for OPAC were made available, as well as the proposals themselves for that 30-day public comment period. It ran March 15th to April 15th. And during this time, the working group invited the proposers to submit written responses to these initial recommendation summaries, as well as the considerations outlined there, to communicate how those considerations would impact their site goals or their proposed activities, and allow the proposers an opportunity to identify in writing any clarifications that were needed, that had maybe misunderstandings that had arisen through the evaluation process, or anything else that just needed additional clarification or communication around it. So these responses were appended to the initial recommendation summaries, which are available on OregonOcean.info if you'd like to see those. And per the evaluation process that we've outlined in the strategy, the working group reviewed that feedback from the public comment period prior to making their final recommendations. So a high-level overview and summary was made available in the briefing document that you all received. So there's a few superlatives here that you can look at. 280 independent comments were received from 286 individuals representing 21 organizations. In that, there were 440 remarks on specific proposals. The overwhelming majority of those were in support of specific proposals, although we did have 30 remarks on the process itself and 11 comments that expressed some form of opposition either to one or more proposals. But you can see the breakdown here on the pie chart, a pretty even distribution of comments for most of the proposals. A few of them, the Otter Rock, Seal Rock, the Coastwide, didn't receive much of comment. Those ones, the agency analysis determined that they didn't really meet the sufficiency standards. So there wasn't a lot of attention around those, but the remainder received a pretty equal effort of comment and interest from the public, which appears to be a great deal. And of those comments we received that we could identify their origin, which was most of them, about half of them came from residents on the coast. And of those coastal residents, about 2/3 of the comments, a little more than 2/3, came from Central Coast residents. So, and that's all to say that there was a great deal of interest among the public about these proposals and this process, and that the majority, or maybe not the majority, but a great deal of that interest was coming from coastal communities, coastal residents, expressing their concern and their passion for these areas and for wise management and to support the recommendations in those proposals for improved stewardship and support for stewardship activities to educate the public and raise awareness and encourage good stewardship and good behavior in these areas. So I'll throw back to Charlie.
Thanks for that, Moses. That's a great overview. I really wish we could spend a lot of time getting into the world of these proposals. They were quite sophisticated in many cases, a great deal of outreach and a great deal of interest from the public. I'm very impressed from the beginning to the end of this process with how much the public has engaged and how much they've expressed their interest. So you know, at the end of the day, that's something I'm pretty proud of, is just the way that the public has come out and really demonstrated their values around the Rocky Shores. So it's been a pretty cool process to be a part of. Now I'm going to get us before lunch, hopefully through the proposal recommendations that came from the working group in consensus, and that is Coquille Point and Cape Blanco that we will be focusing on. Out of the 12 proposals, these were kind of the clear consensus ones. And I felt like this was pretty unusual and it should be celebrated. We really only had the time to hit some of the highlights, but you know, Coquille Point was the only marine garden proposed. Cape Blanco was the only research reserve proposed. I think Moses mentioned everything else was a marine conservation area, and that designation, and we'll talk about that this afternoon, sort of backfired on us a little bit. Both of these sites had really clear goals and a long tenure of programs and groups supporting those programs. And these are things that really won over the working group, I think, in a lot of their discussion and thought on these two proposals. They did evolve, and there were some back and forth between the proposers, and we'll touch on that here as I get into these. I'll start here with Coquille Point. And this is an aerial view that the proposers gave to us in a presentation that they did during the evaluation process. So we invited, in our final recommendation from the working group, we invited, before we voted on these, we invited various proposers to come in and give us a presentation. This presentation came from Shoreline Education for Awareness, or SEA, as I may refer to them later. And they have a 30-year tenure at this site, interpreting in the tide pools and in partnering with the Oregon Islands National Wildlife Refuge. For folks that may not be fully aware where this site is, it is on the southern Oregon coast, adjacent the town of Bandon. And to zoom in a little bit more on the actual polygon that came through C-Sketch as part of their proposal, and the goals and the specific harvest regulations that were associated with those. Again, they went for the marine garden management prescription was in their proposal. And their goal was to provide enhanced education, enjoyment, public access, and resource awareness. This site is well situated to do that, next to the town of Bandon and being somewhat of a tourist attraction. They proposed no additional restrictions for fish harvest, as coastwide regulations would apply there, no different than anywhere else. The invertebrate harvest under the management prescription of a marine garden would not allow for commercial or recreational take in the intertidal areas, except for a single mussel for bait, and by scientific or educational permits. And then lastly, the marine aquatic vegetation harvest would come with a recommendation for no take in intertidal areas except by authorization or scientific or educational purposes. So this is the world of the proposal of the Coquille Point in very brief. Many of these proposals, again, they were 60, 70 pages long, came with extensive public support in many cases. And I don't have the time to get into the world of that today, but this is the big high level overview of this site and the recommendations. So the recommendation from the working group is to move on adoption or recommend adoption of Coquille Point Marine Garden. That came from the working group with consensus. And that's the first action item that we do have here in front of OPAC to consider. I think it's first probably poignant to go into a Q&A before we get into the recommendation or considerations of that recommendation. So I'll turn it over to Walter for that.
Okay, thanks, Charlie. I think this is a great site, and I've actually done a little work with the Friends group down there many years ago, and they're very dedicated and do a really good job, and are actually a very good example of what an education program should be going forward. Is there any questions for Charlie regarding Coquille Point? Comments?
If folks are interested, I encourage you to check out in the evaluation folders, the materials folders, there's the full summary of this proposal and its iterations, the recommendations and considerations of the working group, and also all the evaluation materials if you're curious about the public record on this as well.
Okay, once again, thanks for the presentation and the clarification on that, Charlie. So we have a potential action item here. Do we have any questions about this proposal? Any comments from the OPAC members regarding Coquille Point? I see David Yamamoto. David?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually a great area of the Oregon coast, Coquille Point. I think it meets all the criteria. I would support it. I would.
All right. Thank you, David. All right. Do we have any more?
Gina.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'll wait till we're done with Q&A. I was just going to make a motion.
I'm not seeing anyone for Q&A. We can try and do this by consensus first, if you like, Gina. Okay. All right. Seeing no further questions, we have a potential action item here for OPAC, and I would like to do this by consensus if possible. That would be a great support of this site. If there is anyone who has an objection to this site being put forward as a marine garden, please speak now, or we will just pass this on consensus.
I don't have an objection. I just wanted to mention that I'm not sure, but I know that the Coastal Indian Tribe has reached out to DLCD and is engaging consultation, and I do not think I do not know I guess the matter at hand with that consultation, but potentially it could include this site designation. All is to say, I don't think that should stop it from moving forward.
Okay. Andy, do you have
I believe that's consensus from the group.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for that. That says a lot about the site, and it's an acknowledgement not just to the working group and all the time that the public went into, but that we all could really support this. And I appreciate that as a facilitator and the chair. We'll do Gina's round clap as her suggestion. And thanks again, Charlie, for all your hard work. And let's move on. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. That's pretty remarkable. I think in less than 5 minutes, we made a consensus recommendation on a designation, which is huge. So thanks to everybody and their hard work. Thank you to Shoreline Education for Awareness for your proposal. And we're excited to move this forward. So we're going to move on now to Cape Blanco. Cape Blanco was the other site that came out as a marine research area proposed to the working group. And came out in consensus. This was proposed by an individual, Brittany Porson, as part of the Partnership for Interdisciplinary Studies of Coastal Oceans, or as many of you might refer to them, PISCO. PISCO has a long tenure. They're housed at Oregon State University here in Oregon in partnership with several other universities that do ocean research. They have a long tenure of doing intertidal monitoring on the West Coast. And I think a couple of decades worth of research here at Cape Blanco. This was a significant site for them. And you can see up here on the slide, the goals of that proposal. It was unique in that it was one of the only marine research, it was the only marine research area proposed. Some things that the working group really liked about this proposal. Again, the long tenure of PISCO and the professionalism in their work and their research. PISCO's intertidal monitoring is really what led us to understand and know what we know today about intertidal ecology. It also has sort of been these sentinel signaling sites for things like sea star wasting and better understanding diseases and things that we know are important to the public. And Cape Blanco represents sort of an ecoregion break. It's right between two significant bioregions, from Cape Mendocino up to Cape Blanco, and then from Cape Blanco up to, I believe, Disappointment is a separate ecoregion. So it's right at the middle of a significant ecoregion, which makes it important for research as well. So these are the world of some of the things that the working group really liked about this particular proposal. The Marine Research Area Management Prescription, I guess I should back out a little bit. And for those that aren't familiar, Cape Blanco is the north side of, just north of Port Orford. On the north side, it's straddled by the Sixes and the Elk River. It's one of my favorite places on the Oregon coast. One of the first place I ever caught a salmon on my own. One of the first places I saw a great white shark, and also a very beloved surfing spot. So I love Cape Blanco as well. But it's great for research right there and important for research on the north side of Port Orford for geographic reference. The goal, support research and monitoring while maintaining ecological integrity. No additional restrictions for fish harvest are proposed. The original proposal actually had a number of restrictions that were beyond what you see here on the screen. And the world of those were sort of back and forth with the proposer and the working group. And this is kind of what shook out as the typical marine research area management prescription. So there was no need for any fish harvest regulations there. Invertebrate harvest regulations stuck as no commercial or recreational take in the intertidal areas, except by scientific or educational permit. And then similarly to the marine garden, no take in the intertidal areas, except by authorization for scientific or educational purposes for marine aquatic vegetation harvest. So that is the Cape Blanco or Blanco, if you're down there on the South Coast, Marine Research Area proposal. And a quick summary of what the working group liked about this proposal and how they arrived at a consensus recommendation. So now I think I'd like to switch gears to Q&A. And turn that back over to Walter to facilitate any discussion and potential action by OPAC.
All right, thanks once again. Thank you, Charlie. And once again, this is another great site. They had long history of doing the research there. And I said it was pretty easy for the working group to put this forward as a recommendation. Do do we have any persons with questions or questions for Charlie regarding Cape Blanco, the marine, sorry, research area we have here in front of us?
Margaret's hand is raised again.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Margaret.
sorry, just again, yeah, sorry for interrupting. Again, just that consultation may still need to occur with the tribes, and this should not stop a designation from moving forward. I think the applicant did a really good job of emphasizing the cultural importance of this site, which I would like to see overall for more of the sites, but it was very cool and a good proposal.
Thank you, Margaret, and thank you for your comments. Richard?
Kind of a side question for Charlie. During the discussion about this area, was there any mention made of slope soaring, non-motorized RC aircraft off of Cape Blanco in this area?
Specific to this proposal, I don't believe that I remember any anything about aircraft. Now, Moses, maybe you can walk me back. There were 12 proposals, and many of them did have comments about unmanned aircraft. But I don't know about this specific proposal. Moses, do you have recollection?
No, that doesn't ring a bell for me.
Richard, that question though, and that regulatory recommendation for no drones or unmanned aircraft or regulations on those came up in a lot of the proposals that we saw. The working group, it is beyond this body to regulate that, and in many cases the state doesn't necessarily have authority on certain things and is seeking to get that. So we had to kind of camp any of those recommendations as something that this working group would not be able to recommend at this time, just based on the structure of the law and some additional things that need to be figured out with FAA.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm not suggesting that be restricted. I'm just aware that is a pretty well-known spot for slope soaring gliders. So, and I don't have an issue with it. I was just curious if it come up.
I just checked back in the proposal for Cape Blanco, and there's no mention of aircraft of any sort.
Thanks for the clarification, Moses, and thanks for your comments, Richard. Moving on, do we have any more questions for Charlie regarding Cape Blanco? Okay, seeing none, we'll try to do like we did on the last one to get consensus on moving this forward to DLCD. If we don't have any questions, I'll ask for consensus on this item. If anyone has an issue with it being forwarded to DLCD, please speak up now, or we will pass this with full consensus of OPAC. Okay, once again, hearing no objection, thank you everybody for wrapping your arms around this proposal. I think we have two really great proposals, and especially to get full consensus, that means a lot to the working group and to OPAC to be able to say this passed with full consensus and support from the council. So hearing nothing else, we will recommend this to DLCD for nomination and designation as a marine research area. Thank you. Which ends this part of our presentation for the day. Andy, what is the status of Dan Helene, and how much time does he need?
Yeah, we discussed 15 to 20 minutes for Dan's presentation. So I suggest we take a half an hour and allow him to start at 1 o'clock.
Okay, why don't we do that? If anybody has any objections? Okay, no objections, and thank you again for passing those last two items on consensus. That says a lot to us, and thank you very much. And we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Gina had her hand raised.
I just want clarification. So if we adjust the schedule by half an hour, I just want for the public too, as they tune out, is everything now pushed back half an hour, or are we going to make it up somewhere else?
I believe everything would be pushed back 30 minutes.
Or maybe just 15. If Dan's only going to take 15, so we'll see how that goes. But yes.
Okay, I just want to be clear for people who are checking out and what that meant for the agenda for the afternoon. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Have a good lunch, everybody.
Walter, I'm seeing a critical mass of people ready to go. Given our timing today, I think we should proceed. You're on mute.
Thank you. Welcome to Dan Helene, and we're looking forward to hearing about the PacWave test wave site off of Newport here. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Walter. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dan Helene. I'm the Deputy Director of PacWave. Just want to thank OPAC for the opportunity to give you a quick update on what's going on with PacWave South. I'll also just apologize in advance to anyone who attended either of our 2 virtual town hall meetings a week ago, because a lot of this material will be very familiar to you. I'm just going to give a very quick overview of PacWave, just in case there's people who aren't so familiar with it. Talk very briefly about the status of the project, and then really focus on our construction schedule coming up later this year, and potential construction impacts at Driftwood Beach State Recreation Site, touch on some other construction happening later this year in that area, and then end up with a page just giving you some information about where you can stay updated about what's going on with construction for PacWave South. So firstly, what is PacWave? For those who are not familiar with it, we're a globally recognized open ocean wave energy test site. So basically, we're a site where companies who are developing wave energy technology can bring their devices that are designed to convert the energy from waves into electricity, commonly known as wave energy converters or WECs, and test them out in the open ocean. And there's actually very few places in the world that you can do this at full scale, which is why there's a need for such a facility in the US, partly to support the US wave energy industry, but also to support the international wave energy industry. We are part of Oregon State University. We're located in Corvallis and in Newport. Our footprint, our level of activity in Newport will be increasing as we build our facility. The primary purpose of PacWave is to provide with these developers of wave energy technology the opportunity to optimize these devices to increase their energy capture, to improve their survivability and reliability. This is one of the reasons that Oregon's such a great place for testing this technology is, the ocean conditions off Oregon are great for challenging devices on the survivability and reliability side. As this is a pretty new industry, it also gives developers a chance to refine their deployment, operation and maintenance, and recovery procedures. Our test site's going to be grid connected, so it also gives the developers an opportunity to gather data around connecting to a real utility grid. And because this is a relatively new industry and there haven't been a lot of devices in the water, it also provides an opportunity for studies to be conducted to look at potential environmental effects associated with these devices, and in the longer term, potential economic and social benefits of wave energy. Secondary purpose is power generation. We are a test facility, we're not a commercial wave farm and never will be. This is really a test facility for developers of technology. So I'm going to focus on our PacWave South site, but we do have a site PacWave North off Yaquina Head. It's not grid connected, so if we're not testing devices or doing research, then there's nothing out in the ocean. But focusing on PacWave South, it's a 2 square nautical mile site located about 7 miles off the coast just south of Newport, pretty much due west of the airport. The site itself, the location of the test site, was actually selected by the FINE committee, fishermen involved in natural energy, back in 2012, I believe. The site's going to be divided into 4 different test berths to allow 4 different developers to test. We have a 25-year license from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, and our license allows us to generate up to 20 megawatts of power and up to 20 devices. I will just say that it's going to be a long time before you see anything like 20 devices out there. As I said, this is still a pretty new industry. From the test site, subsea cables are going to carry power and data back to shore. These cables are going to be buried under the seafloor until they get near shore, when they're going to enter underground conduits, which are going to be installed using horizontal directional drilling. The cable landing site is at Driftwood Beach State Recreation Site, shown here in orange in the inset. And from Driftwood, we're going to have a terrestrial bore running from Driftwood to a property that OSU owns on Northwest Wenger Lane, about 1/4 mile south of Driftwood on the east side of Highway 101. And that's going to be the location of what's called our utility connection and monitoring facility, where power will be conditioned, devices can be monitored, controlled, and then from there, the power will go on to Central Lincoln PUD's system. Primary funding from the project is US Department of Energy. The state of Oregon's also provided significant funding, as has Oregon State University. We've also got funding from various charitable trusts and foundations, private companies, and individuals and families. So where are we and how do we get here? This is the timeline for PacWave South. We started this back in 2011, 2012 with the community site selection and the identification of the test site location by the FINE committee. And then from 2013 through to pretty recently, pretty much at the end of 2020, we've been involved in the permitting, design, and engineering for the site, so about 8 years. This has involved a lot of stakeholders, federal agencies, state agencies, and stakeholders, all part of what was called a collaborative work group, and a number of OPAC members were on that, were part of that group. A lot of permits to get, but the 2 primary ones that sort of ended up the project were getting our research lease from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, which came through in February of this year, and then our hydro license from FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which came through on March 1. After we got our FERC license, we then went into a review period with FERC where they did a final review of all our plans And that's going to conclude in them issuing an authorization to start construction. And that should be any day. I was actually hoping it would arrive this morning so I could have made a big announcement. So that brings us to this red line where we are now. So at sort of mid-May, with a planned start of construction for June 1. So we're about 2 weeks out from the start of construction, which is exciting after 10 years to get here. Construction is expected to go on through at least to late 2022. If it stays on schedule, that would have us an expected start of operations, testing operations in 2023. So there's a number of different components to the construction. I'm just going to go through these briefly and then focus on the upcoming ones later this year. The first part is the terrestrial infrastructure focused on driftwood, which includes the HDD bores and so on. And I'll talk more about that in a minute, starting in 2021, running through into 2022. The next piece is our utility connection and monitoring facility just down the road from driftwood. We're expecting site preparation to start this summer and facility construction likely in 2022. Probably the biggest piece of construction and the most impactful, the one that will have most effect on ocean users during the actual cable installation will be the subsea cable part of the project. This is an open solicitation at the moment, so I can't say a lot about it. The current plan is for cable installation in 2022. There's a reasonable possibility that that will slip until 2023. This shows the start of testing operations in 2023. Obviously, if the cable installation is delayed a year, then so will testing operations be. So focusing in on the terrestrial infrastructure piece, probably the major component of this is the offshore HDD bores. These will be drilled out from driftwood, going out about a mile. They're going to go deep underneath the dunes, underneath the beach, underneath the near shore, and come up near the surface of the seafloor about a mile offshore. Ultimately, when the cables are installed, they'll be pulled in through these conduits and terminate in a vault that's going to be constructed underneath the parking lot in driftwood. And there's another bore that will run from driftwood to carry the cables to our utility UCMF property. Everything at driftwood, once we're done, is going to be below grade. Everything will be hidden. The only thing that you should see once construction is over is a series of standard utility manholes at grade in the parking lot. Just a quick profile of the bore. This is driftwood parking lot. These are the dunes here. You can see the bore is going to go down into running through rock for most of the bore path. Underneath the beach and underneath most of the ocean, it's going to be at a depth probably in excess of 100 feet underneath the beach and underneath the seafloor until it starts heading up to its breakout point about a mile offshore. So as you can imagine, this is a pretty large construction project. This shows, this is Driftwood Beach State Park's parking area with the access road to Highway 101. And this is showing the rough construction layout at Driftwood. The idea is to run 2 HDD rigs for most of the time, running concurrently, to try and minimize the time that we're in the park. This shows the underground vault that's going to be constructed. The dotted line are the HDD bores. One thing to note is on the north side and on the west side, we're going to put up a sound wall, which is going to consist of double stacked shipping containers. Couple of reasons for this. There's some neighbors to the north, so we want to reduce the amount of noise that's going to affect them, and also reduce the noise going out to the beach, partly for wildlife and partly for users of the beach, because this is obviously going to be a construction site. The sound wall is also going to give the construction crews a little bit of shelter. If you know Driftwood, it can get pretty windy and they're going to be out there for long days. So what does this mean for driftwood? The idea is that June 1, we're going to go in and start horizontal directional drilling. The offshore bores, this is probably the sort of most expanded timeline, worst case scenario, but offshore bores taking about 6 months through to the end of November, a couple of months for the terrestrial bore, and then a couple of months for the site restoration at driftwood. At the same time as that will be happening, the site preparation at our UCMF will be underway with that construction and the cable installation happening at a later date. I have to thank Laurel Hillman for these slides, talking about the impacts to use at driftwood. As you can imagine, with all that construction equipment, the parking lot is going to be closed. So during the time that we're in driftwood, there's going to be no public vehicular access to driftwood. The only parking will be construction-related vehicles. We are going to maintain pedestrian access throughout construction, running from the highway down onto the beach. And Parks have actually created a temporary trail that bypasses a construction area to allow access throughout the construction period. And while the restrooms themselves will be closed during construction because they can't be maintained, the project will be providing a porta potty for public use somewhere in the vicinity of where the existing restrooms are. While driftwood's closed, one of the things we do want to point out is, one of the wonderful things about Oregon is that there are beachfront, waterfront parks in very close proximity. You've got driftwood here, you've got Seal Rock and Brian Booth Beaver Creek up here, Patterson to the south. So there's lots of opportunities for other park usage rather than being able to use driftwood during the construction phase. Working very closely with parks on all of this, the construction footprint's largely going to be confined to the parking lot itself and the sidewalks. As I mentioned, the vault is going to be buried underneath the parking lot. And the parking lot will be completely rebuilt after we're finished. We're also going to construct a viewing platform that parks would like down in the southwest corner of the parking lot and improve the pathways up to the restroom. So that's really the construction pieces that are coming in the next few months, focused on driftwood. The other piece I will just very briefly touch on is our utility connection and monitoring facility on Wenger Lane. Wenger Lane's a private lane, so this is going to have less impact to the public, apart from the direct neighbors around where the construction is going to be happening. As I said, site preparation in 2021, probably construction in 2022. And finally, I'll just end on where you can get information about what's going on with this construction. The primary way we're putting out information is through the PacWave website, pacwaveenergy.org. There's a construction updates page where we'll be posting all the information about what's happening and what people should expect in terms of even increased activity on Highway 101. That page will keep up to date regularly. There will be some information on the parks website on driftwood, but that's going to be pretty high level and then direct people to the PacWave website. You can always also sign up for email updates if you're interested. If you send me an email at dan.helene@oregonstate.edu, I will add you to the email list and you'll get updates that way. And finally, that's my cell phone number there. If people have questions, concerns during the construction phase, don't hesitate to call me. I'm either going to be on site or within about 20 minutes of site during construction. So that's all I've got on the update, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if people have them.
Thank you, Dan, for that presentation, and looking forward to seeing this come to completion. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Dan?
Tara.
Yeah, thank you. Could you talk a little bit more about how the cable landing site was chosen and the permitting and planning for that? Sort of how we got to this point. I'm sorry if I've missed that. I've not tracked it as closely.
No. The cable landing location, we looked at a lot of places to land the cables. Once we had the site identified, we were looking to get the shortest cable route as possible, which would be basically a direct shot into Beaver Creek. But there's a rocky reef system offshore, which is popular for fishing, and we couldn't go through it. We couldn't go over it. So the answer was we had to go around it. And they're basically, having done some geophysical surveys, it was clear that to get round it, we needed to go south of Seal Rock because of all the basalt at Seal Rock. HDDing through basalt is tricky. So we ended up looking down in the area of driftwood. We couldn't go too far north because of Seal Rock. We couldn't go too far south because of Bayshore. So it was around the driftwood area. We always identified driftwood as a potential landing site. We did put in an offer on a property north of that didn't go through. So ultimately we ended up at driftwood. Permitting, we've worked very closely with Parks and National Park Service on being allowed to use driftwood and how that's going to work. And then overall permitting, there's been an enormous amount going through the whole NEPA process and so on. And I can provide links to where all those documentations, where that documentation exists, but working with, multiple federal and state agencies through a series of state and federal permitting processes.
Thank you for that history there and why the site was chosen. It obviously, having that site shut down for such a long period of time during a pretty high recreation season, I think is just a pretty big impact. So I was looking to know more about how the community was involved and hear more about that, make sure that we're accounting for that in the future as we're looking at, the council will be looking at some of this coming up soon.
Yeah, one of the key things, there's quite a lot of pedestrian. There's a retirement community opposite who do, that's a lot of the foot traffic into Driftwood. And talking to the neighbors, basically most people, if we didn't maintain the pedestrian access, there would have been massive opposition. But by maintaining the pedestrian access, most of the people I've talked to are really pretty excited to have, this on their doorstep. People have commented as this is going to put us on the map because it's pretty cool to have a wave energy test facility, one of just a handful in the world coming in there. So, we understand that people will get displaced during construction. Unfortunately, there is no real other way we can do that, but we're hoping that afterwards they are going to have improved facilities at the park and a redone parking lot itself, which is kind of in need of being redone anyway. So we're hoping that will offset some of the displacement of people.
Thanks, Dan. Are there any other comments for Dan? No. Dan, if you don't mind, I kind of had one. So can you just go over the actual improvements you're going to put to the parking lot compared to what's there now? I know that was part of the concerns and that it's going to be greatly upgraded once you're done there, correct?
Yeah, we're basically going to completely redo the parking lot itself and the sidewalks, and put a coating on the access road, and then put in this concrete viewing platform in the southwest corner, and then improve the pathways up to the restroom and put in, replace the ADA ramp out of the parking lot, and I think put in two more ramps out of the parking lot up onto the sidewalks.
Okay, and I just saw something in the chat that Laura also said stormwater improvements and habitat enhancements.
great having Laurel here. Yes, the stormwater system has pretty much partly failed at Driftwood, so we're going to be replacing that. That's on the western end of the parking lot. And then we are providing some funding to parks for some habitat enhancement work.
All right, thanks, Dan. I appreciate that. And are there any more questions for Dan?
Looks like Charlie's got his hand raised.
Charlie, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for the presentation, Dan. I just wanted to say thanks for your additional outreach last week, your town hall, and some of the outreach that you've done with the neighborhood and the neighboring communities, understanding that outreach is an ongoing process and you're going to be engaging throughout the project because it will have its ups and downs for sure, hopefully mostly ups. But I wanted to say just thanks for your additional outreach. We, as recreational users, mitigating the loss of parking and the loss of opportunity there with some of the on-site improvements was a positive thing for us. It is pretty unprecedented to shut down a state park for this period of time, but we think that a lot of thought and a lot of work has kind of gone into that. And we're encouraged to kind of keep those discussions going. I think that there's a lot that can be learned about good examples for site landings and community outreach. And we hope to be a partner in the process here for demonstrating that here at Driftwood and for this project.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie. Any more comments for Dan? Or okay, I guess that's it. Dan, thank you very much, and we appreciate you coming to OPAC, and looking forward to some updates in the future. And please be sure, if you're an OPAC member or a member of the public, to send Dan an email so you can get updates on what's going on out there at PAC Waves. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our 1:30 or 1 o'clock TSP Part 3, Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, Part 2. And once again, thank you everybody for your approval of those two areas at Coquille Point and Blanco. That was really quite a heavy lift and quite a big show of support for those two areas. So thank you again.
Okay, is that me? Am I on?
You're up, Charlie. We can hear you loud and clear. You're looking good.
Okay, great. So now we move to our afternoon portion of the Part 3 update. And as the thinking man presents here, we have a little bit more reflection, discussion, and input that may be substantive from OPAC here as we get through this. A lot of the things that we thought about and moved through in the world of this process, we weren't able to come to consensus on, and we weren't able to come up with solid, really easy, actionable recommendations for OPAC. And I think that's okay. I think some of these issues we need OPAC guidance on, and that's kind of what this body is here for. So there's limitations to the working group and what we can do, and that's why we're bringing some of this discussion here to you this afternoon. To talk about really continuing consultation and the maintenance proposal process. Again, I want my sincere apologies to tribes in potentially conflating that terminology. I think we could call that further evaluation just as easily and not be confused there. We'll talk about that first, and we're requesting OPAC action on that item. And then we're going to do some process reflection and kind of talk more about the world of the maintenance proposal process, what that might look like. These are potential action items and guidance that OPAC should be hopefully giving DLCD and our state agencies and how they conduct potentially this future maintenance proposal process. And if we get time, we'll get down to some statewide recommendations. So this is stepping out from beyond the proposals and thinking about some of the themes and potential actions that OPAC may direct. So it's unfortunate that we can't discuss all of these sites in greater detail today. This is a list of all the sites that went through the working group's formal evaluation process. All of these went through an agency analysis. and then were voted on through an initial draft recommendation, received comments back through public comment and a presentation from the public on some of these sites. Before you is what you see is the final recommendations that came out of the Rocky Habitat Working Group. And they really fell into two primary buckets. There was the bucket of recommended, which you heard about this morning, and then there was the bucket of not recommended, and that was 10 other sites. So 10 of the 12 sites fell into this not recommended bucket. And for lack of better ways of moving forward within the working group, what we recognized was that many of these sites had a lot of merit, but the working group had gotten them evaluated as far as they could go as a group, and the world of the considerations around those sites were not able to be met. So I'm going to circle these sites so you can kind of see them a little bit, one of which we had consensus on, and they fell into this continued consultation bucket, which is to say they were not recommended, but they had enough merit that the working group felt like with a little more work and some workshopping, there may be the ability to resolve some of the issues. There may not. As you can see from the voting, that kind of gives you an idea of the range of popularity within the working group about whether or not one of those sites should move on for continued consultation or further evaluations. So as I see it, and maybe the helpful way for OPAC to think about it, continuing consultation is more recognition of merit but needs work. So we had an objective rubric, or the best we could do as far as an objective rubric that we use for our evaluation. And for these particular ones, they sort of fell into that bucket of having enough merit and strong value in the proposal, but they still just need work. And they were a majority of the working group felt that these proposals were based on good ideas, but they needed deeper discussions for considerations laid out by the working group. And in most cases, this included both what I would call technical and human issues. So for example, Ecola Point had some recommendations around people climbing on rocks and dogs off leash. I would call these more technical in nature in that these were outside the box of what Oregon Parks and Recreation Department typically uses in their tools of management. So it was difficult and made them, and was challenging for them to think about. But on the other hand, the working group or the proposers felt that the needs at the site really merited those sorts of actions. So there was some level of technical difficulties in getting to that, resolving that one potentially, and it needed continued consultation. And there was consensus within the working group on that. For an area like Cape Lookout, you kind of heard some public comment around this. The proposers had really good intentions, I think, around their proposal and not harming or impacting the fishing community, but the fishing community was skeptical, and the fishing community was not involved in the development of that proposal. And so the working group identified, there's a lot of merit in this, but there's enough skepticism here that if there was continued consultation around this site, it probably should involve some human aspects, and we should probably bring in maybe some people for the Garibaldi fleet and the Pacific Dory fleet if we needed to have deeper discussions on these. So there's a lot of world of considerations in these where we landed for continuing consultation. But the best way I think for OPAC to think about it is a subset of the 6 sites that you see right here were voted on by the working group as not recommended, but having enough merit that they believe some further evaluation should be done on these sites. And again, if you take a look at the voting here, that kind of gives you an idea of where the working group fell on each of these. There was a range of technical and human issues that just the working group could not quite get through. So what does that mean? Well, continuing consultation for the working group I just mentioned, it was not defined. What it meant was it was part of the rubric of evaluation that said, hey, these have merit, but they need a little bit more work. In some cases, a lot more work, but they have enough merit that we think there's some good ideas here to kind of continue shopping. So that was as far as the working group defined that. I identified and recognized as chair in this process that not having expectations in front of the public, in front of OPAC, are problematic. And so I reached out to our state agencies and asked them, what capacity do you have for any kind of further evaluation? And what would this continued consultation look like in your mind? And, you know, this is sort of what we got along the timeline of the fall from 2021 to the spring of 2022. You know, agencies and proposers and the public would all be invited to a workshop for each one of these sites. And the primary focus of the workshop would be the world of considerations identified in the recommendation summaries. So if you look into the summaries for each of these sites, you can read the world of considerations, some of them fewer and some of them longer at different sites. That would sort of be the focus of those. The deliverable out of those workshops would be that they would come back to, you know, OPAC with sort of some summaries and some findings. And in the spring of 2022, OPAC may see some of these proposals again for consideration based on what happened during those, for lack of better terms, continuing consultation or further evaluation workshops. So this is sort of what the agency expectation of continued consultation would look like if any of these previous subset of 6 were to go on. I should mention too that you know, there was a minority opinion here. There were individuals on the working group that just didn't really buy into the idea of continuing consultation, wanted to see things all kind of move into the maintenance proposal process. I think that the working group recognized that in a maintenance process, continuing consultation or some level of engagement with the proposer back and forth would need to happen. And so I think that was the reason for some of those dissenting votes on a number of the continued consultation sites. So this is really a spot for OPAC to inform and to help. And I'm going to show you what the working group came to recommendation around, but also recognizing that they did not define this continued consultation, what that means. And so that really leaves it to OPAC to define that. So if you, again, looking down the votes of how the voting happened for all of those sites, first there was a consensus vote around not recommending them at this time. And then there was a following vote around whether or not they needed continued consultation or deserved continued consultation from the merit of those proposals. One of those had consensus, and that was equal a point. And then the rest of those kind of fell to a vote. So the majority of those was to allow for that subset of 6. And resubmit those in the spring following these workshops that would be described and informed by OPAC today. The working group could go with, or the OPAC could consider the minority opinion of the working group, which is that all proposals would go into the maintenance proposal process. We wouldn't have another bucket here for this further evaluation. Or a third alternative is OPAC to come up with their own recommendation here, separate from what the working group has recommended by majority or minority. And so this could be a subset of those 6 sites. It could be all of the sites. It could be however OPAC wants to approach that. So it's a bit more complicated decision point. I expect there to be, you know, probably a lot of questions about this, and I've probably hastily explained it, but in the interest of time, I am going to pause here and turn it over to Walter to facilitate discussion.
All right, thanks, Charlie. Yeah, I just maybe a little more clarification. When the continuing consultation was brought up to the working group, and I was there, was that an idea of the working group, or was that brought forth by staff as an idea for the working group?
I believe that was brought forth by the facilitator when we were voting. I guess I'd have to watch back at those meetings to understand exactly but our facilitator sort of decided and determined the world of voting in those meetings. So it was the one place where I wasn't facilitating that, and I'd have to kind of go back and look at the
Okay.
origins of that.
All right, thanks. We'll go from there. So we'll open it up to OPAC members. If you have some comments about whether you believe there should be A, B, or C, or just your overall opinions.
So Gina and then Shelby. And then Tara.
Do you mind going back one slide? I just have some clarifying questions. So just to clarify that I have it straight in my head, this one, continuing consultations undefined, so we maybe would be effectively defining it today. Two, this is the process that's proposed for defining continuing consultation. Is that correct?
This is a rough outline.
Idea.
Yeah, like I said, the working group did not have a conclusion. I reached out to the state agencies and kind of reached out to them all individually and kind of got some feedback that led us to this concept as an idea. But I was worried about just saying continuing consultation and not having something for OPAC to look at.
Sure. Yeah, no, this is the first time I'm seeing this, so I'm just trying to absorb it all. So just to be clear then, I guess I just have so many thoughts going through my head. One thing I had thought was that perhaps this was an inflection point in which the working group would end its service, right? It's done a great job. It's gone through this pilot project. It's amazing. And so one of the things I'm trying to understand is the working group doing these orange boxes at the bottom, or is that who's doing that work?
That would be, I think the idea here is to be hosted by DLCD. There's multiple agencies to coordinate for this, and so DLCD would be playing this role. My understanding, and we can visit this at the end of the meeting today, was that the job of the working group was to provide OPAC with a recommendation, which I'm hopeful is where we're at today. I feel like we keep getting nickeled and dimed to do more and more and more with this process. So I'm hoping that this is the conclusion of the working group, and that the working group may be invited to participate in future. But for efficiency's sake, I think we've committed all the decisions we can through the working group at this point in time.
Okay, so this work at the bottom be done by the agencies. The working group is effectively, I mean, maybe the participants bring their value to this other process, but there's not an official working group. And then they'll bring their recommendations back to OPAC. And then based on this morning's decision, the maintenance process would then occur. The formal maintenance process would take place in fall of 2022 after this.
Correct. I did make the recommendation that OPAC maybe not put a hard date on it, with the understanding that this decision had not been in front of them yet, and also that these two things could get conflated, the continuing consultation and the maintenance proposal process.
Right. Okay. Well, I think that, so just one last thought here is that, you know, as we go through and develop a more long-term and durable process, as we get out of this pilot phase and we move into amending Part E, then hopefully that will start to document these processes and clarify, like, is continuing consultation permanent? Is it temporary? Is it maintenance phase really what all this is about? It's just the, you know, this is kind of a pit stop on the way to long-term maintenance. You know, and so hopefully when we go through that evaluation process, all that can be documented and clarified for the long term, because we were trying to institute a long-term program here.
Absolutely. And that's what we lost when all the eggs came into the basket. So we had to stop working on process development, and we had to work on proposals that came in, which has been the challenge here. Totally agree, though.
Shelby, go ahead.
So, Charlie, thank you for outlining this. I guess where I'm trying to figure out an appropriate way forward is to understand how we want to evaluate process. We talked this morning and voted to pursue a workshop that would examine the process moving forward. The continuing consultation seems like there is a new process that is being proposed and suggested to enact in advance of the overarching process review for the workshop that is coming up. So I guess I'm trying to think if we're doing ourselves a disservice here by imposing a whole new process in the midst of everything, as we're trying to figure out what the overarching effort should be looking like.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's something we've struggled with, and one of the reasons why this question's in front of OPAC right now. And so I'm glad you raised that, Shelby. I think what the working group came to and what members felt like was that once a proposal comes in the door and lands, there's a world of considerations that need to be worked out. Boundary lines, human technical issues, and other things. And how that should happen has not been figured out yet. But what we've projected is that it should have happened. And that for 6 of the sites, we could go ahead and enter into a process like that now, which we expect to be part of any future process. So in my mind, continuing consultation is recognizing the merit and the work and the evaluation that's gone into the current proposals, rather than scratching them and starting over again. However, another way to look at it is to think about, not conflating 2 processes. So this summer we would have the workshop. It would inform us on what the continuing consultation type thing should look like in future processes, and we could immediately apply that to these proposals rather than saying, let's wait. And when I asked the state agencies which they would prefer, they did prefer the former. And the reason is because they just went through an extensive evaluation of these, and they kind of would like to continue getting through that rather than hit the pause button and have to start over, potentially with new staff and fresh eyes and a new look at it a year from now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's helpful. And I think,
and I'm not advocating for any one outcome here. I'm trying to present the world of sort of thought and intention that went behind putting this up in front of OPAC to make the decision.
So what I would suggest is, clearly, as the working group has run through this process, there has evolved this need to have this option. And so making sure that what continuing consultation, or whatever it is that we want to call it, actually looks like is part of the broader process conversation. So we're not thinking about, oh, well, we'll do the continuing consultation over here, and then we'll be thinking about the broader process. Keeping them married so that is a holistic perspective. And then moving forward for things that meet a definition of requiring this consultation. And we have a recommendation from the working group, but since we don't have a process in place, it's almost like, well, we're going to do this thing and we don't know really what it looks like just yet, but we think there's merit here, and so we'll just do it for these number. So I would encourage us to be as holistic as we can when we think about process improvements.
I really appreciate that comment, and I think the working group would too. Being in a situation where we're not able to address process before the proposals came in, it has been really challenging. And I think you're right. There's the potential that if we don't think holistically, we set ourselves up for similar mis-expectations of everybody.
Thank you, Shelby. David Yamamoto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Shelby, I think I agree with you totally here. First of all, I want to thank Charlie and all the members of the working group, and so many other people from all the different groups that put together these proposals for us to review. OPEC for actually doing a great job this morning. But I too have concerns about moving forward. This is all new to us at OPEC. So Charlie, am I correct at this point that the working group probably will be going away at this point and not be involved in the continuing consultation process, if there is such a thing?
The working group would be invited. They would not be working group meetings. So the working group is a public meeting body. So standing up and engaging the working group is subject to public meeting law, and there's a lot to that in continuing that under that leadership. A workshop can be designed a bit differently and be a little bit more, informed by OPAC and strategic and otherwise, selecting specific stakeholders for specific sites, for example. So I actually think that, yes, I hope that the working group is come to a conclusion. Can the working group still be of use in future stuff? Yes, I think so. Do some of these proposals go beyond the expertise of the working group? Absolutely. We can't have discussions about, buffers or boat stuff without engaging the Marine Board and the Coast Guard. Similarly, we can't have discussions about drones without having other types of representation present as well. So there's limitations to the current working group, I guess is what I'm saying, David. And I think that the specificity of the world of considerations requires more and additional expertise for further evaluation. Does that answer?
Yeah, to a point. I'm just, again, my concern here, I'm just not sure DLCD is the proper agency to host workshops, especially in the end, if it's going to the commission for adoption, questions, things of that nature. I mean, and again, you guys have done a great job. You've had the criteria in place, you've had processes in place up to this point, but now to say that these 6 proposals who have not been recommended by the working group go through a continuing consultation process with DLCD for possible future consideration by OPEC, which would make a recommendation to commission, to me sounds just a little off. I'm not sure how to resolve that. I'm just not. I don't know what that looks like, and therein lies the problem. And that, I believe, is what Shelby was getting to. We don't have a continuing process. We don't have continuing criteria, and I'm just not sure where it's going. And if we agree on that, if we don't have the process of moving forward or the criteria moving forward, I'm not sure how we can vote on that issue. I don't know where I am at this point. I just don't know how this moves forward from here.
Well, thanks, David. There's no easy answers here, and this is why we're having this discussion at OPAC and why there was really there was no consensus out of the working group. I appreciate that folks like the work of the working group, but I really want to mention here that the working group has done everything they can do to evaluate these sites and make a recommendation. And so any further evaluation needs additional expertise that is beyond the working group. And I think that even if we're asking DLCD to host a workshop, that doesn't preclude OPAC from defining who the stakeholders are that should be involved. And I actually think that would be really smart. I think you could be very site specific about that too. Different sites might require different stakeholders and individuals to be involved. If we want to think about enabling a process forward, that's kind of what I think about, is who needs to be involved in future discussions of any of these potential sites. And I think we've got enough information to tell us that. I do also understand the hesitancy of entering into another process that's not fully well defined. But again, that's what OPAC is here to do and to help with. So go back to
Okay. So again, Charlie, I have to agree with you here. And if the working group has done all it can at this point after developing the process and criteria that you've worked through, then I'm not sure that this shouldn't be end of the current process. Having continuing consultation, again, with no process or criteria moving forward, is problematic.
Thanks, David. Patty?
Hi there, Patty Snow, DLCD. I was not a member of the working group, but did listen to many of them, especially at the end. And I guess I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. I think this proposal came in response to the comments from the proposers that they wanted to have more opportunity to work with the agencies and other stakeholders, and just reminding the rest of OPAC that there were considerations that the working group identified for every single one of the proposals, including the 2 that were approved this morning. And thank you very much. That is a landmark decision this morning. But those 2 proposals, they were able to address the considerations. And so there was, as you saw this morning, there was consensus from everybody that, yes, these are great proposals. They meet all the criteria that was set up for designations. And the remaining 6 still had additional considerations that there had not been, they hadn't been able to reach consensus on, if that makes sense. But they all wanted to have more opportunity to work with the agencies and other stakeholders. And so I think what the working group is proposing here is in response to that request that those stakeholders, those proposers not have to go back to just start over again, that there's an opportunity, if OPAC decides to pursue that, for those considerations that have already been identified to be addressed, through consultation, and not just with us, with DLCD by any means. We'd have to have ODF&W and parks, and as others have mentioned, the Marine Board and other entities there. So it certainly wouldn't be our staff working in a vacuum. Our staff would just be facilitating that process. So just wanted to make sure that it was clear to folks that, one, DLCD wasn't going to be doing it in a vacuum if this moves forward, and 2, that it really was in response to the stakeholders and the proposers themselves, that they wanted more opportunity to work with the agencies and other folks to hopefully, maybe reach a point where some or all of them could be approved by OPAC. So thank you.
We'll talk a little bit more about that in process reflection, but thanks for pointing that out, Patty. She's right. There was some criticism in the process about the amount of an opportunity for sort of a back and forth with the working group and the state agencies on these proposals. There was a lot of thought that went into that prior and why we landed where we did, and we'll talk about that in reflection. But yes, that was something we did hear from the public.
All right, thanks, Patty. I saw Tara, you had your hand up next.
Thanks. I think Patty actually touched on some of what I was going to say with sitting in on many of the working group meetings, that I kind of view this continuing consultation as, addressing the very specific considerations that the working group identified. And not just a broad new look at each proposal. And I would be very concerned, I think, with losing a lot of the work that's been done, and the concern that we just voted on. Now looking back, thinking we just voted to push out the maintenance process until October of 2022, that by that time, if these proposals were resubmitted, we would lose a lot of that work that's been done and the evaluation by the agencies. So I guess in my thinking about it was not some whole new process to consider these proposals, but to look at the considerations of the working group, which did think that these 6 had merit, and figure out if the agencies could resolve those considerations to ultimately recommend them to us. And then of course, OPAC would have the opportunity to consider those again. So it would not be an automatic, designation if we went into some sort of continuing consultation. But so I think Patty kind of got to what I was thinking too, was that it seemed like there were very specific things identified by the working group that could be addressed in probably a relatively short time. And I also just, in looking at the process, I don't know, Charlie, if you could go back a slide, the process laid out. I mean, I think, having one work group, one workshop per proposal, I don't think the idea is to make this a huge burden on the agencies. So I would also look to the agencies to, in DLCD on that this would be doable, and that is something the agencies can do.
That's actually the how this came to be. And to be frank, the agencies first told me, well, maybe a couple of workshops per proposal. And I, was like, well, that's 2 workshops per proposal, 6 proposals, that's 12 workshops between now and spring of next year. Can you really do that? And they're like, So the reality of this is built on the back of what is their capacity to do. But again, that's kind of why this third option was thrown in there. Oops, sorry. Which is, there's OPAC alternative considerations here. OPAC can come up with whatever they want to inform on this. Again, there's the majority opinion from the working group that you can see how the votes sort of fell out on each one of those sites. There's the minority opinion, and that's kind of what's in front of us.
Walter, you're on mute, but I think you were going to maybe call Bob and then Gina.
Yeah, thanks, Tara. Yeah, Bob.
Good afternoon. And Charlie, what an amazing amount of work. Holy mackerel. I'm a bit confused, like some other people. You have the 2 recommendations going forward, which sound really good. But this 6 subset resubmission group, I'm a bit confused if it wasn't consensus on those 6 by the working group. Why would it be consensus going around for a second go round at OPAC? I'm all for the first 2, the going and debating at OPAC, but I'm not real crazy about rehashing what the work group did. Thank you.
I want to know
Thanks,
if
Bob.
they drop dead date, that these dollars have to be committed. I don't care.
All right, thanks. Charlie, did you wish to respond?
I'm not quite clear. Was that a question, or was there a need for clarification? I don't think I quite understood Bob's question.
More of a statement, anything, just an observation and a little bit going, It didn't make a lot of sense to go around again to me. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob, for the clarification. Gina?
Thanks. I think just to wrap up Bob's comment or amplify it maybe, is that my understanding is that we're not going to this is an opportunity for those 6 proposals to keep working on their areas where the work group said there needed to be additional changes. If, for example, those changes are made or there's additions, subtractions, whatever, then it would come back to OPAC. So it would be a slightly amended proposal. If changes aren't made, then I assume it would not come back to the OPAC. Is that correct?
Charlie?
Correct. As sort of outlined here, and again, this could be informed by OPAC. I think continuing consultation sounds like this long process, and that's why maybe we call it a further evaluation workshop, but the expectation is a workshop would be held and that we come to conclusion around those considerations or not. And if the world of conclusions were come to those considerations, then they could come back to OPAC for consideration in the spring. That's about it, though, is what you see on this slide. That is the world of like what that process is.
So I guess one question, Charlie, do you envision continuing consultation as a one-time event just for these 6 proposals? Or does it become a permanent part of the maintenance process? In other words, so each proposal comes in initially, it gets reviewed, then it gets a second chance under continuing consultation, and then eventually moves to maintenance or approval? Like, is the maintenance kind of the graveyard?
The interest of or the talking point there of Shelby is intriguing to me, in that we think holistically, right? So any continued consultation process that is applied right now or workshop is something that we've thoughtfully thought about and how we would apply it in the future. You know, recognizing that this initial proposal process didn't include it is the challenge, right? But yeah, I would hope, and you know, an alternative for OPAC could be like, well, we don't know what this continuing consultation is supposed to look like, but we know that we're going to have a workshop this summer that's going to inform what the maintenance proposal process should look like. And continuing consultation or some form of consultation should be part of that. So if that's the case, then maybe we wait until the fall to inform on that, when OPAC has a better understanding of what that might be. The best I could do before this meeting was understand the capacity of the agencies, and I put that in front of you right there on the screen. But that's why, you know, I knew OPAC would want to define it or have it defined for them, and the working group couldn't come to a conclusion on that. So this is what we have right now.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you giving us a straw dog to work off of and try and brainstorm what it looks like. I mean, I do go back. I mean, when we did a pilot phase, the thing about a pilot phase is it's new, right? That's why it's pilot. And so we knew it was going to be messy, and we were kind of building the plane as we were flying it, and the process evolved as we had experiences and lessons learned. And that's great. That's what a pilot's for. And then that's why you do the self-reflection exercise to go back and look and say, what went well, what was confusing, what do we want to improve moving forward? So I feel like the self-reflection is like one of the most important parts of the pilot. I mean, I'm grateful we designated some locations, but also this self-reflection is what documents all that time together and everything people learned, and also importantly, the process to move forward. So, you know, I can't imagine, or I guess I'd say that I think that doing that self-reflection exercise prior to starting the consultation phase makes sense to me. And doing that in part of that process, you're looking at the whole thing and saying, okay, here's what the process looks like for continuing consultation. Is it one time? Is it permanent? If it's permanent, how's it different than the maintenance process? Is it really just a name for the maintenance process? Because that's also undefined. And have really the self-reflection period this summer, have the agency develop a kind of more permanent documented process for how to move forward. And then you can start that process in the fall. Does that make sense or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we had Michael next, so go ahead.
Sure, thank you. I think actually Charlie and Gina really just nailed it in large part where I was coming from, just lending a little bit of agency staff perspective here. But Gina, you got it right. You know, that was really what we conceived of was we need to work on the process this summer. And after we've done that, that's when we can come back and say, okay, what is it that we need to continue looking at, evaluating with this subset of proposals to address those considerations that were identified, but that given the time constraints on our process, we weren't able to come to a resolution on fully. And as many have said, we want to recognize the merits of these proposals, which are many and are strong. So the other thing I just wanted to point out for everyone to keep in the back of their head is that whatever the future process will be, it won't necessarily include a working group. So the working group, you know, they've handled this big chunk of evaluation work, but in the future, agencies will conduct their analyses and ostensibly some sort of consultation effort with proposers to do that back and forth, and that'll be the filter for proposals that will then go to OPAC. Of course, OPAC could then choose to stand up a working group temporarily to conduct evaluations if that's what they want, but they won't necessarily have to do that. So the working group agreed that that the continuing consultation process, that back and forth with proposers really should have happened and should have happened up front as kind of a pre-filter for some of these proposals coming in. I think some of the aspects of the proposals that were troublesome for many wouldn't have been present in the proposals had we had that opportunity. So knowing that it's likely to be a part of whatever the future process is, and that if we remand these proposals to the maintenance process rather than offering them that consultation, then they're likely to come back to OPAC at some time in the future. And we'll have this duplication of effort from agency staff again to do all these things again. And like Charlie says, it'd be best to avoid having to do that with fresh eyes and potentially new staff as well. And it would be better to address these while they're still fresh in our minds and we've already gone through the evaluation processes, and to see if we can work out the remaining items and potentially bring back proposals for OPAC consideration next spring with agency support. So thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And we're going to take a couple more. We're going to take a couple more. Thanks.
Just a quick comment in support of the last couple of comments. I think that from ODFW's perspective, we would be fine with any of these combination of ideas, but the key points for us are that not only have the agencies, but the public has been invested a huge amount of time in these proposals, and it's seems like a waste of everyone's time, including OPAC's time, in starting over from scratch. And so if we can come up with a combination of a self-evaluation workshop followed by site-by-site consultation to see whether the working group can definitively come up with a recommendation for OPAC, that seems like a great outcome, so that we don't lose the investment that we've made in time in evaluating these proposals. And we learn from our pilot process, which has been eye-opening all the way around, regardless of your perspective. It's just been a learning process, and we want to make sure and capture that learning in moving forward. So I think we're on the right track here, and thanks for the discussion.
Thanks, Karen. Let's hear from Jamie, and then let's see if we can try and come to a little consensus here. Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, I've been trying to scribble a little diagram here after listening to Gina, Moses, and Karen. I think if you three could get together and do that, I am all thumbs here. That would be great, because that made more sense to me so far in how this would move forward. Thank you for that.
All right, thanks, Jamie. So based on, Gina, do you want to
sorry, I just want to ask one more question. I guess one thing, other than the fact that the maintenance process is far away, which we voted on that earlier today, and maybe it was premature, but I am still confused why the maintenance process is viewed as starting from scratch, or because that process itself is completely undefined, and that process could easily just be renamed continuing consultation. Does that make sense? I mean, I guess I'm just confused. It's like, if it is, again, it's like if you go to the maintenance process, you're somehow viewed as permanently gone, versus a maintenance process is a place where proposals go, and some of them have a varied degree of merit. Some might arise from that maintenance process and proceed, and others may never, but I'm just really confused why that's what the maintenance process is, that it is viewed as starting from scratch.
Okay, I'm going to take two more, and then I'm going to try and see if I can make something out of this. Margaret, go ahead.
Margaret, we're not hearing you, so make sure you unmute your phone.
And Karen, did you still have your hand raised?
I raised it a second time.
Sorry,
Would you
this is Margaret.
Yeah, Margaret, go ahead, please.
Okay, I think I'm in line with the thinking that you just brought forward, Karen, just that we don't really actually have the maintenance process completely defined. So, just thinking about the amount of work and the amount of support really. I know that for two of the proposals, even that are in the continuing consultation category, there was some tribal support from some departments provided, so letters of support. I know that we had public giving a lot of testimony today in support. I heard from including cities providing, support for some of the proposals in the continuing consultation. I don't really know if we want to wait, not that it's dead, but just that we want to wait as long as 2022 or whenever we kicked the maintenance proposal process to.
Thanks.
And Chair Chuck.
Yes,
yeah.
go ahead.
Thanks. And I just wanted to address this question of maintenance versus consultation. And of course, we haven't defined what that is yet, but I think there's good public comment. There's working group comment that we've learned a lot in the pilot process. And so I'm just assuming that next step, that next maintenance step, will be different from the way that it was originally envisioned. And so any proposal that falls to that process will have to start from the beginning and be reevaluated. And it might be faster for it to be evaluated the second time in the maintenance process, but it will have to start from the beginning of whatever that maintenance process is, regardless of how we OPAC define it. So it's not really a matter of timing. It's a matter of feeling like there are unresolved questions with the proposals that could be addressed and have those proposals resolved one way or another and have those questions kind of put to bed. And that's all. And again, I'll just repeat, ODFW certainly can live with either of those options. I just see a preference for kind of feeling like each proposal is moved through to a conclusion in this first process, whatever that conclusion is.
All right, thanks, Karen. Richard, I saw your hand up, and then we'll try and make something out of all these comments. Did you still wish to speak, Richard?
Yeah, I'm just reflecting back to some other things that I'm involved with where we have applications, and I may be missing it here, but it appears to me that these continuing consultation issues are because the applications weren't as complete as the ones that were approved. Am I right or wrong on that?
Richard, I wouldn't say that they weren't complete. I would say that the conditions or the considerations from the working group were not able to be resolved in the 10-minute back and forth meeting that we had with proposers during the evaluation process. With greater time that people felt, and you can see based on voting, some people felt that those considerations could have been met. So if you look at the voting, that gives you an indication kind of who felt like those considerations could have been met through some additional workshopping and who felt like, no, they can't be met potentially.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks, Richard. So I'm going to do the facilitator thing and kind of chair thing also. Kind of what I heard is that there was a lot of different opinions about how this might go on. My concern as far as OPAC would be going forward with this was creating another bucket. And I think we've all heard about that. And what the expectations of that bucket might be. If we do it once, are we going to have to do it again? And I'm just talking out loud. So going forward, I think what we do is we have a little bit of consensus that there is merit in some of these proposals, and they should be evaluated. It's a matter of when they get evaluated and in what form. Also, that regardless of whether there is 2 buckets going forward or 1, that there will be consultation with the agencies regardless of whether or not they get put in 1 bucket or 2 separate two buckets. So what I would like to maybe propose is that we go with a kind of a hybrid of number of C, that there are proposals that merit further evaluation coming from the working group, and that we are having a workshop coming up, and that at this time we don't come up with 2 buckets, but we go with a modified maintenance proposal, and we task the workshop people with not only looking as the process going forward, but letting the workshop pick out a couple of proposals that might warrant further look and work at those with those proposers. But we also need to not have the expectations that if there is a couple that are picked out, that automatically means that they will go to OPAC and be up for a nomination for having a designation. That was a lot to say, but what do we have? What are the comments on that? We'll go Shelby. Go ahead. And then Charlie, and then Tara.
Walter, I think using the upcoming self-reflection workshop as a means to develop a process for proposals that fall into this unusual category is a really good idea. I would hesitate to impose a foregone conclusion on the workshop. So if we have the workshop charge be the evaluation of the process, and as part of that, how we consider, this middle ground moving forward, I think that gives the workshop a little bit more latitude, as opposed to and create a process and when you will review these proposals.
All right. Thanks, Shelby. Charlie?
Pretty much the same comments as Shelby. I'm encouraged by the idea of having a summer workshop to kind of help inform what further evaluation would look like, or consultation in a maintenance proposal process, or in this current process that we're in. I worry about conflating process with proposals, and that's coming from a person who's sitting in the middle of one right now. So that's my only concern about, is conflating those 2 things. We need to work on one separate than the other.
Okay. Tara?
I think what I was thinking was just said, perhaps relayed, was that some version of this summer workshop to develop the process to both have this, I don't want to call it continuing consultation, because I think that's also creating a lot of confusion, but the set of proposals that have already been submitted versus that future maintenance process and what that looks like going forward. Have a workshop to develop all that and allow, us to make the decision maybe at our fall meeting on that process, that would then either allow these 6 to still go forward in that continuing consultation to come back to us in spring, or to be a part of the maintenance process in the next fall. So I almost would suggest that we allow this summer workshop to inform us in the fall, and kind of put off this decision, which is what I'm hearing from people, because we're feeling like this came a little as a surprise to us, maybe that way in the fall we'll be more informed on what that looks like and still allow the opportunity potentially for those proposals to go forward. I don't know if that.
Okay. Let me just ask you a question back there, Tara. So are you saying that we should pick out the 6 today?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think
Okay.
I'm saying we should come back to make that decision in the fall and allow that. I mean, I think the working group already made recommendations on the 6. So that's what, I mean, if we wanted to take the working group recommendation, it would be those 6. I guess I'm saying we would delay that entire discussion of this process till after we have the self-reflection process discussion.
I think what she's offering is that we would define this further evaluation through the summer workshop. And then based on that definition and what the expectations of that are, OPAC could inform in the fall around this idea of these subset sites that the working group recommended. Is that right, Tara? Is that what you said?
Yes.
All right. Thanks, Tara. Gina?
I always think it's hard to work in the abstract. So
yeah.
2 things. One, going to Moses's comment that he put in the chat that the evaluation process is articulated in section E. I appreciate that, but I also recognize that we said earlier we are going to use the opportunity to update section E. So I feel like defining the maintenance phase is still an opportunity in the future. But also I could put, I'm not making it, but I could put a possible motion in the chat that would at least give us something to read as opposed to trying interpreting each other's words, and that we could consider if that'd be helpful.
Thanks, Gina. Let's hear from David. Then Munch, go ahead and put it in the chat and we'll talk about it.
That's fine.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't think I'm adverse to moving this decision to our fall meeting. But at the same time, I think we would have to consider what the working group and Charlie as the chair of that working group would do today. So again, I'm not sure here. So I heard conversation that the working group was going to end, and that would mean Charlie would no longer be chair of the working group. There were no working group. If we put this decision off till October now, does that mean that we keep Charlie on and the working group on?
David, that's an alternative if that makes OPAC feel better. I don't think it's necessary. And the reason is because the working group, I have to make a recommendation to you guys that represents the entire working group. So that means I have to committee decisions more or less and bring them to you. Whereas a workshop can be held and have sort of objective, unbiased sort of findings rather than committee decisions. And those findings can come back to OPAC and inform your decision. Either way, I don't really care other than I am exhausted and tired in this process. And this first 6 months of evaluation's taken a lot out of me. But I don't see this as a massive lift compared to that.
Thanks. All right, I'm going to read what Gina has to say, then we can talk about this. Agency staff hosts a self-reflection or lessons learned process this summer. Based upon the input, staff will propose a clear proposal for considering the 6 proposals, as well as a proposal to update the maintenance process for the future.
Do I win a prize for saying proposal 6 times in one sentence? I really would edit that.
And I would offer to put future proposals, or I don't know if you want to do the 6, but like I said, I'm not going to get into that since I'm facilitating, but.
I just thought we needed some place to start.
Yeah. So Gina, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What do you think we should just, where does this go as far as, so basically we're not saying there is a continuing consultation bucket right now, that we would be leaving it up to the workshop to just, I wouldn't even put a number on the proposals, just consider proposals as well as updating the maintenance process for the future.
I mean, I'm trying not to get hung up on the term continuing consultation, but saying, I
Right.
think we
No, I
have,
understand.
we have two lines here, right? We have future proposals. We don't even know what they are yet, which are in the maintenance phase. And then we have this group that would like, you know, an opportunity to continue to work on their proposal and a chance to come back to OPAC. And so to me, that's maybe a short term, you know, 9-month situation versus a more permanent, long term. In the future, I'd like to see them merged. So that the maintenance proposal, you know, process includes this consultation and it's all aligned and there's not multiple steps where you do an initial proposal and a continuing consultation, then it may be a maintenance, and, you know, like all that. I'd like to see it all aligned in the future, but we're in this anomaly, I feel like,
Yeah.
between the initial pilot project and how the program's going to work permanently. So I'm trying to accommodate that by saying, you know, staff can go through this self-reflection and say, okay, here's what we're going to do for these six proposed sites, but not necessarily make this another step or permanent step in the long-term maintenance. That should also come out of the feedback. Like, you know, if every proposal in the future in the maintenance process is going to have all these different steps, that should be outlined in section E and not be self-creating each time we go through a process. Does that make sense? I don't want to build the plane while we're flying it. I want everyone to know what's happening and what the steps are so that everyone can follow the process. But we have this weird little, you know, anomaly in the process right now. We're trying to figure out how to accommodate.
Okay. Any discussion on what Gina just brought up?
Yeah, I think that was the difficulty in the 2-bucket, 3-bucket scenario. We have this one bucket that's sort of in limbo. And to resolve that in the next step, which is what I think Gina is proposing here, seems like a reasonable proposal.
Can I just make the recommendation? It might help us all, and I put it in the chat, that from here forward, we call continuing consultation further evaluation or further evaluation workshop. Whether or not we decide to do this separately for these proposals or a subset, or whether it just becomes part of the maintenance proposal process, I think it's going to be part of the process. And I don't like continuing consultation. It's bothering me and it's making this conversation hard.
Okay, thanks for that, Charlie. All right. Is there anybody else? No hands raised. All right, Gina, if we have this, you want to go ahead and make a motion and we'll see how we go.
Yep, I got a suggestion for an edit that hopefully takes out a bunch of these proposals. Okay. So here is a motion. Agency staff hosts a self-reflection workshop this summer. Based upon the input, staff will develop a clear process to consider the 6 project proposals. At the same time, staff will consider a proposal to update the maintenance process, section E, for the future.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Who was that?
That was Jamie.
Jamie? You have a motion by Gina, second by Jamie. Okay. Sorry about that. Any conversation on the motion that is on the floor?
And I have a question. Just want to, does this meet the capacity ability for our state agencies? I'm going to project that the most capacity, which is to say that out of this workshop and out of OPAC in the fall, they say, yeah, 6 of these things should be have further evaluation workshops. So that comes to you in November or October. I want to know, do you have the capacity to do and execute that if that comes to you? And do you think that's should change anything about today's consideration? Does that, I know I just put a lot of words there. Mainly I'm asking, do you have capacity to meet further evaluation if it doesn't start up until late fall?
Well, was that a blanket question to all the agencies, Charlie? Because that might take a little while.
Oh, well, I think maybe DLCD might be able, as the coordinating agency, be able to jump in and say something about that, or if ODF&W or OPRD has words about it. They're the most impacted agencies in these types of proposals in the world of considerations.
Well, we're just talking about one workshop right now, correct, Gina?
Yeah, I mean, in the motion, it's saying one workshop, but I think what Charlie's saying is if staff comes back with a process, that process could have, I don't know, a workshop, a webinar, a survey monkey. I have no idea what that process, I'm not trying to presuppose what that process looks like. It could be a workshop, it could be 2. I don't know.
I just want to know that the agencies are going to have the capacity to fulfill the interest. And if this is conflating the discussion too much, that's okay. Just as you know, I can't make state agencies do work when they're busy and overwhelmed with other things. And so when I'm thinking about this, if I'm chairing the working group or otherwise, I want to be able to meet what capacity the agencies have to execute things.
Well, Charlie, it would be my belief that that would be part of the agency, part of the workshop was they would be able to discuss their capacity at that time. But we do have a motion on the floor, and if we can just get some quick clarification from the agencies, that would be great. Karen?
Yeah, I would just agree with what you just said, Walter, is that I'm assuming that the summer self-evaluation workshop would include the agencies. And so the agency capacity would be part of the discussion and decisions that flow from that workshop to define what both this ongoing evaluation and the maintenance process looks like.
Okay, thanks, Karen. That's kind of what I meant. I'm sorry if I misstated. Patty, go ahead.
Patty Snow here, DLCD. Just wanted to say that for DLCD anyway, we will have less staff capacity after September because the grant that's helping us, have Moses, will not be, it expires at the end of September. So, our only staff person will be Andy at that point. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thanks, Patty. Karen, do you see you saw your hand raised? Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. All right, we have a motion on the floor. And we have a second. We had discussion. Is there any further discussion?
Can I just bring up one thing? I know it's my own motion, but I'm just trying to make sure everyone's on the same page of understanding.
Okay, Margaret asked if Laurel was on.
Yes.
Do you have any comments, Laurel?
No,
Okay.
I was just going to point out if Patty didn't mention it, the issue with Moses not being around, but
okay,
that's not our agency. It will impact the process probably.
All right, thanks, Laurel. Margaret, were you trying to talk? No.
Well, I was just going to ask Laurel if her agency had capacity. I guess that would be part of what I think was being proposed to come out of a workshop, would be some idea of if agencies could, or how they might be engaged in upcoming work.
All right, thanks, Margaret.
Yeah, I don't anticipate that changing. So you still pretty much have me.
Gina, you were trying to, you were going to try.
Oh, I just want to be clear, see if anyone has input or an opinion, or if Tara had brought up that the process would come back to OPAC. It's vague here, like if the staff develops a process and they develop it September, does it start October 1st? Does it come back to OPAC? Like, I guess that is vague. So I just want to, if people have strong opinions about it, we could fix this, or we can just leave it that the staff will come up with a process and then they'll administer the process and it'll come back to OPAC in the spring.
I mean, at least when I was speaking, I was thinking it would come back to OPAC, because if this process is going to be the durable long-term process, as well as whatever might come back to us in the spring, OPAC's going to want to have input on that. I think people would not be comfortable just projecting that. Most of us would not be comfortable not knowing, especially because we're asking, I think, to look at the holistic, long, durable process, so that I think people would want to see it in the fall. OPAC would want to see it in the fall.
Okay, so then, Patty,
I'm just was going to add to what Tara was saying there, is that I thought that the idea would be that after the workshop, then staff would put together the proposal, which would come to OPAC in the fall, which is what we had been anticipating, that, the appendix that outlines the whole ongoing process, that would be part of what was brought to OPAC in the fall.
okay. So Gina, do you think you need to amend your motion that the outcome from the workshop would come to OPAC for approval in the fall?
Yeah, if we can, I can either retype it, or we can verbally agree. I just recognized it was vague and wanted to make sure that we were on the same page.
Okay, and while you're doing that, Andy, I do have a question for you. Would this change anything that we voted on this morning about as far as updating any of the TSP?
No, this would be in line with what we went through this morning.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is lockstep with what we said this morning, essentially, that we need to delay approval of Section E because we got some work to do this summer and some workshopping.
Okay.
And Gina, I'm okay with the verbal friendly amendment to your own motion, or you can type it in again. I'm fine with that.
I think the friendly amendment's great, because grammatically trying to fit it in, I'm challenged on the fly.
Yeah.
Seeing as how I use proposals 6 times in one sentence. So
Who put the friendly amendment in, and I'll restate it, Andy?
Gina put a friendly amendment to her own motion.
Okay, so we had a motion by Gina, second by Jamie, and then a friendly amendment by Gina on her own motion. So,
Jamie, are you okay with that? Would you still second it?
Yes, I just read it. Yeah.
There you go.
Thanks. Okay, we will try for consensus first, and if we have consensus, we will not have to vote on it. So if anybody objects to this motion going forward, please say so. Okay, hearing none, it passes on consensus. Thank you, everybody.
Wow, that was a really difficult thing to get through, and I'm really appreciative of OPAC's time and engagement and support on figuring that out. That was a lofty discussion, and I really appreciate everybody's attention on it. It's not an easy thing to think through, so thank you. And thank you on behalf of the people who put a lot of time into this process thus far. We just have a few minutes left because we're already over time. We had originally planned on ending at 2:30, and I think we're 30 minutes behind schedule, so I'm committed to finishing by 3. And some of this will happen, I think, at the workshop this summer, but I'd be remiss at not just kind of touching on some proposal process discussion, some reflections and lessons, future considerations, get your input on the findings workshop, what needs to happen this summer at that workshop. And if we have time, which I'm guessing we won't, try and touch on some of the statewide themes. So as far as proposal process reflections go, and this is kind of my opportunity to deliver my opinions and thoughts and what I felt in this, and less so deliver a recommendation of the working group. But you know, timing matters. This stuff takes a lot of time, both on the proposal end and the development of that for them to do outreach and stakeholder engagement that OPAC cares about. That takes a lot of time for proposers to have that ability to do that work. And it's hard when they don't have the public entities and processes available to them that they would typically have. Similarly, it takes a lot of time to evaluate, tons of agency analysis time. As you're hearing, we need more time on process, both before proposals come in and then after they land as well. Technical issues. We had a range of, we created C-Sketch. C-Sketch is an amazing tool to draft polygons and to download data about certain areas in the ocean. It's not necessarily the best tool to use for proposals and putting forward sort of the narrative end of proposals. It exports everything in an Excel type sheet and it makes it very complicated in formatting and sort of drive overall reports and things like that. You know, we learned that through the process and that exercise I showed you with a lot of the sites, that in many ways since 1994, the strategy was acted upon. It looked like when we first looked at the inventory, like there was a lot of sites out there that nothing had been done with. And actually, you know, only a handful of sites that nothing had really been done with. And so we heard from the public on a lot of those, and they were put forth as public proposals. But then we could see in a lot of other areas where the strategy actually was implemented. We need clear expectations. That's obvious for everybody on the front end and the back end. What we asked of the public was really big. We asked them to do everything that OPAC typically would normally do in engaging and holding up a community process and a stakeholder engaged process to come at site designations. Instead, we asked the public to do that. That's a lot of expectation. So we should be reasonable about what types of expectations we can put on the public and what we can actually get out of them. And also what they should expect out of us as a working group, as an evaluatory body. You know, we need to be able to have the time and the expertise and the people in the room to really meet the needs and interests of the public when they bring forward proposals. We talked about designation caveats earlier. Just a lot of caveats when we originally created the marine conservation area designation. We really did not think we'd see very many of those proposals. We thought that those would look more like you know, heavy rule and regulatory mechanisms to get at conservation. And we didn't think people would propose those right now, given we're still in an evaluation period for our marine reserves and protected areas, and a lot of those had subtitle considerations. But on the contrary, the public used the marine conservation area designation category because it was the most flexible. And because they wanted to do the least amount of regulatory damage, so to speak, in their designations. So that was a little bit of a backfire in our designation category. Maybe clear expectations about what those designations mean and how we expect or would want people to propose sites in those designation categories might be helpful for the future. So, you know, considering a cap on the number of submissions per cycle, I pleaded for a year asking people that we should cap this, we should put some sideboards on it. If you think about other processes, sideboards and things like that usually come from a leadership position or an OPAC type position. I was met with a lot of arbitrary interests here, but we don't have limitless capacity. We don't have the capacity on the working group to evaluate every proposal under the sun. And our agencies and our state agencies have a finite amount of capacity. If we want to meet the expectations of the public, I think it's probably important that we think about in the future, how many sites can we do in any given time or any given year? You heard about the number of pages that the proposals and the evaluations created. We might think about page limits in the future. I know that I spent a lot of nights and weekends working on these proposals and reviewing these proposals and the evaluations. We might limit how we evaluate them and also how people propose them in the future so that there's more objective and easy metrics to evaluate off the cuff and less narrative reading to do, which really needs to come out in relationship building between people and less on paper. And that can happen through pre and post consultation. And lastly, we want to evaluate the cadence of proposals that come in. You might not want to do this every single year, or you might want to wait every other year. You might want to wait every 5 years. And I think that's based on how effective the TSP Part 3 is. The strategy isn't all about site proposals and site designations. A lot of it is about the vision and coordination of state agencies and implementing the policies, which doesn't require designations in many instances. So these are a lot of sort of proposal process thoughts and reflections for people to think on, and will probably come out a lot as we enter the summer workshops. And speaking of the summer workshop, on the left here, you can see what was sort of outlined, in thought from the working group and in thought from the state agencies. We conduct surveys to everyone, both working group members, public proposers, and OPAC about the process. We host a public workshop, and I think that survey can help inform the agenda of that public workshop. We kind of go through this agency consultation and understanding evaluation timelines better, communication points between agencies and proposers, and we really, work through what we think this process, the best findings we can to improve and inform a future process. And if you want, we can have a little discussion now about what OPAC would want to see in that workshop. And that's kind of why I left this slide empty on this side, if we wanted to have a few minutes of discussion there. If not, I can kind of keep moving us along here. There's not a whole lot left in this presentation, but I'll pause there for now and turn it over to Walter, who I think wanted to have some reflection on this workshop. So.
Well, thanks, Charlie. Yeah, we didn't leave much time for this, and I thought this was going to be one of the more important things that we wanted to do. Andy, can I ask you a question?
Sure thing.
In the manner of moving things along, I would like to have some discussion on this, but I think that if we have a long period on this, we will go way over our time. What would be the manner for OPAC members to send you workshop recommendations, and how would we work that with public records and making sure this is all done in the public eye?
I can create a comment log from OPAC members that I could document that would be available prior to any conduct of a workshop happening. Yeah, I think there's going to be a significant time window between now and when it's hosted, because we do want to design and implement a good survey. That and OPAC would be included in that survey. So
right. Yeah, and I just want to make sure that the OPAC members were able to get you their ideas before the survey went out.
Yeah, so my suggestion would be to create a comment log that we can make transparent and available, that would go towards member guidance.
Okay, thanks, Andy. I don't want to cut discussion short, but I'm just seeing our time, and I know that there might be some people that have some very good comments.
I think maybe,
hold on, Charlie, here. So let me just get the temperature of the group. Is everybody okay with doing what Andy just said about doing a comment log open for a certain amount of time, and then OPAC members sending those comments in and then having those be part of the survey?
And can I get just Steve Shipsey's quick reflection to make sure that that's consistent with our policies and procedures?
Yeah, thanks for checking in, Andy. I'm comfortable.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of yeses in the chat. Okay, I appreciate that. So Andy, if it looks like we have consensus on this, I'll just let Charlie finish up here and we'll go on with that. And I'll look forward to seeing that in my inbox here. Thanks.
Sure, I'll send a note around to OPAC members, reminding them and providing the location of that document that we can share around later.
If you wish to put a time, an ending date on that too, so I know you need to get everything comprised also.
Yes, I will do that for sure.
All right, thanks, Andy. Charlie, go ahead.
All right, this did come out of the working group, so I wanted to flash this in front of you. And this, whether we're talking about proposals and existing designations, or whether we're talking about the strategy coastwide, this was some consensus that we came to from the working group, was that, there's a lack of public education and awareness. We do a great job in our rocky habitats on one level, but for where we saw needs and issues, it really related to one of these three areas. A lack of education or awareness. That could be on rules that exist, or just about awareness. In many cases, individuals are not trying to disturb wildlife or harming things on purpose, but rather it's out of ignorance of their impact. There's a lack of centralized capacity to implement the expectations of the strategy. So both the general public and I think state agencies feel that they do not have sufficient capacity right now to implement the full coordination of the strategy. And I'll remind folks that that's what the strategy is. It's a set of rules and policies and guidance around conserving our rocky habitats in Oregon, but it's a coordinated strategy. It aims to coordinate state agencies and the public through this protection and through this conservation. And we just lack the centralized capacity to do that coordination. And relying wholly on a piece of paper and a strategy document is challenging. And then almost every single site designation and every single issue that we're constantly is proposed to us in the rocky habitat really can boil down to these two issues: habitat disturbances, and in some cases these can be pretty big ecosystem level things like kelp forests and sea urchins, or they can be smaller and more confined, like trampling in a small rocky intertidal area. And then wildlife disturbances, and if you look at the 1994 strategy, these were the exact same themes and challenges that they were facing then. What this tells us is that we need, greater capacity and probably additional tools in our toolbox to meet some of these needs. So that was what we learned kind of through the proposal designation process. I just wanted to back out quickly and show you a slide that I delivered to OPAC in 2018 when we did public scoping and when we asked the public about these areas. And it's kind of consistent. You start to see it's really important that they have access. They really value these areas for education and research. They wanted to see more consistency and clarity in the types of designations. That wasn't quite understood. And they wanted to see the strategy more addressing resiliency and changing ocean conditions. And when I think about these areas in our initial public scoping, I really felt like we've met some of these things pretty well. This is a slide that I put up when we tested the public's knowledge of sort of the rocky shore. What did they know? And we learned they had a high understanding of the habitats, plants, and animals in most cases, a lot of ecosystem knowledge, but a real difficulty understanding what are the differences and the nuances between a habitat refuge and a marine garden or a wildlife refuge. And so that was where we had a lot of just kind of confusion and lower public understanding in the process. And then if you look back in 2018 to what were the major threats, people were not as heavy on kelp and sea urchin and some of the other things that we really heard in this process, but then animal loss and disease, ocean acidification, hypoxia were really high in the news. Marine debris was in the news heavy because we were coming and experiencing a lot of tsunami debris at the time. So these were kind of the perceived threats, the big ones to the rocky shore: animal loss and disease. Sea star wasting was hot in the news at that time. So these were the areas that people were really concerned about. And then when we asked them, what did you think is acceptable? What should you be allowed to do in the Rocky Shore? This is where we saw alignment in both the public scoping and in the proposal process. So a lot of the acceptable activities, wildlife viewing, tide pooling, hiking, research fishing, research education, all that kind of stuff was viewed by the majority of the people that participated in our survey early on as the acceptable activities. Pets off leash, drones, and collection of rocks and commercial and recreational shellfish harvest. This was all kind of in this it depends category. Motorized vehicles and development of the Rocky Shore seemed unacceptable. And we see some consistency in the types of designations and proposals that came forward, and this sort of what we found as acceptable activities. And then a lot of what fell into this it depends bucket. And that's really where it comes down to designations oftentimes is, do we need these extra management rules and regulations for certain areas?
Hey, Charlie?
Yeah.
So I'm just making sure we need to get to this last action item before we sign off. Thanks.
Yeah, so this kind of brings us to an action item that is pretty round and not very specific, but I think good. And that is to say that we recognize that, across these themes and these interests, that right now we have a lack of capacity, really. And we need from the governor's office to request capacity and direction to agencies to sufficiently execute the Rocky habitat work and meet the expectations of the strategy. We had a lot of discussion about this within the working group. No conclusion on how that should be done. Some people felt like agency budgets and POPs were the way to go, and others felt like that was not necessarily the purview of OPAC or a working group, or they didn't feel like agency budgets were the way to meet this. And so regardless, that was the one action item that we could kind of make out of this for OPAC to consider. So I'll stop there. Turn it over to you, Walter.
All right, thanks, Charlie. And in respect to everybody's time, we'll spend a few minutes if that's all right. The only thing that I would suggest personally, Charlie, is that instead of just Rocky habitat, focus on coastal programs, because if it's that specific, it might not apply to other parts of the coast that we hold dear. But that's just my personal suggestion. We'll open it up for a few quick comments. Does anybody else have any input on a possible letter for mine and Gina's signature? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Do any of the OPAC members have any feeling at all about whether a letter should be written or not? I know it's a little bit late in the day, but if you can just consider this one last thing. Tara?
Sure, thanks. Sorry, I had to go off camera for a second there and get a sip of water. But yes, I support writing such a letter. I think one of the very common themes, as Charlie laid out, that I heard during working group meetings was the need for more resources to actually implement and enforce these areas. And so I think broadly, this is something that, I support, and I believe most OPAC members would support. So I'm in support of a letter being written. And that's all I would say about that.
Just to clarify, on the Rocky habitat or just on all coastal programs?
Well, that's given what we've been discussing today. I'm okay with limiting it to, part 3 and the Rocky implementing part 3 as we've just adopted and as is about to be hopefully implemented through additional site designations. However, I, of course, would support a letter for more resources to all coastal programs. So I guess I would like to hear from other OPAC members on that distinction. I think what Jason discussed earlier about us doing a longer term, bigger project around funding and needs for ocean and coastal programs might be a better fit for for a longer letter about that. And just given our specific work over the last, well, now 3 years plus, focusing on rocky habitat and the implementation of this strategy at this time might make the most sense.
You're on
Walter,
mute,
you're on
Walter.
mute.
Walter, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. Any other comments? Any other members have comments regarding the letter? Okay, I will ask for approval to write a letter to the governor requesting capacity and direction to state agencies to sufficiently execute habitat work and meet expectations of the Rocky Habitat Strategy.
Is that a motion, Walter?
I'm asking, do we need a motion, Andy, or do I just need to ask permission?
I think you can ask for consensus from the group, and
Okay.
you would not need a specific motion in this case.
Okay, I am asking for consensus to write for myself and Gina to author a letter to the governor's office requesting capacity and direction to agencies to sufficiently execute rocky habitat work and meet expectations of that strategy. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of yeses. I will ask for any objections. If there are no objections, I will take that as consensus. So are there any objections? Okay, hearing none. Thank you again. And Gina and I will be working on a letter with Andy and staff and signing that letter. For the good of the order, I did have a question, Andy, and this would be regarding the working shop. I know you and I talked about that. I just thought we'd do that in front of OPEC, but do we need to formally disband the working group, or do we need to, is their job pretty much done?
I don't believe there's a need to formally disband the working group. I just think that if there's no meetings identified in the future, they will not meet. Steve, do you, what is your guidance on that?
Parole denied.
Parole denied.
4 more years. Okay, so we don't need to formally disband it, Steve? Okay. At that, I would thank all the agencies for their participation and the working group members for their time and efforts, and a big pat on the back to Charlie. We'll go to the conclusion. Andy? Or Charlie?
Yeah, I'm just, we're short on time here, so
Gina has her hand up.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Gina.
I just have a clarifying question. So when you say that we don't need to make a formal motion, I mean, I guess I'm just asking for the clarity of those individuals. Are we going to write them an email thanking them for their service and letting them know it's over? Or are we just like making them dormant until it's someday we want to yes, it's unclear to me, like if they're on the work group and it's just dormant or it's officially over. I just want to be clear. And for them too, I'm sure they want to know if they're still on the hook or not.
My point was you don't have to take an official action. You can send them letters giving them congratulations if you want.
Okay.
And
Thank you for the
Charlie, is your
clarity.
last duty as chair? That'll be your job.
Yeah, we accept checks or cash. Both can be mailed. No, I appreciate the recognition, and I think the working group would appreciate individual outreach. To be honest with you, it was a tremendous amount of work that we asked of these individuals, and any outreach to them, I think would be good. If we're going to continue, or the working group is to continue in any shape or form, I think there probably needs to be a revisit of the discussion of the seats. Not all of the seats are currently filled. And for some of the discussions, if we're getting site specific, I think it'll be really important to have those seats filled. Also, there's expertise beyond the working group that might need to be identified as well.
Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, Charlie. Andy, you want to do the wrap up, and then I'll do my wrap up.
Yeah, thanks, Walter. So I will look to base a meeting of OPAC, given the LCDC schedule in the fall. So they're scheduled to meet in November. So that means I will look for the end of September, early portion of October for an OPAC meeting. Does that sound amenable to the council?
Yes.
Okay, then I just think, thank you, everyone, and I'll turn it over to you, Walter, for wrap up.
All right. Well, thank you, Andy, and thank you, everybody, especially for four consensus votes. That's a pretty great thing. I really appreciate that. Appreciate everybody's time, and I'm looking forward to the September meeting, doing it face to face. And Andy may be part of that discussion. We could hopefully find a place where we can all meet face to face. Andy's going to be sending out a link to a comment log. So please put in your comments for the workshop as OPAC members. And other than that, thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. Everybody's hard work, and it's been great to see you all on the screen, and looking forward to see you in person even more. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thanks, folks.
Walter.
Thank you.
Thanks.